just barely catches it. Now Limon is going to try and overtake on Fonseca. Fonseca gives that one up, almost a little too wide there for Limon. Holds tough and sending it deep around the banking, and Shell Oil, he's going to take the spot back. Fonseca, that was a brilliant move. This is full drift here from the Japanese driver. Watch this. Unreal. That car should not be still going. That is just seat of your pants stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just kind of landed a little bit wrong for him, but fortunately, at least pointed in the right direction. This was crazy, though.
And hasn't been shaken, but man, is he close to that wall.
Look at the oversteer. He looks to the inside. Michael tried to cover off. He's going to squeeze him down a little bit. Tries to open up the corner. Cut back and see if he can get the launch, and it's much quicker off. Oh, but he covers him down to the inside.
Oh my goodness, covers him down to the inside. I think there may have been a little bit of contact there, but Michael Johnson going to get the benefit of the draft here. You can see him closing down on the back of the 79. And there's the late move from Michael going down to the inside, trying to get into the braking zone.
The red mist is up for these two, and down into the braking. Can Johnson get it done? Yes, he does. Don't count out Travis. Tries to cut back. Goes the long way around. Nothing doing. No, he holds tight. He could try and get it in there. No, now he starts to fall back.
Starts to fall back. Going to try to send it a little bit on the outside of 15. Sometimes you can get a crossover there, but not going to work. He's going to have a wider line now into Turkey to try to carry a little bit more speed, but he's not going to find an easy way to try to get on by. And indeed, Michael Johnson just slides that car off the apex a little bit to prevent off any attack.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
Yeah, so in the lead in LMP2 and actually 6th overall is the number 2 SRN Motorsports vehicle. BRT, the number 48 car, is in 2nd place. A little bit over 1 minute behind them, and then the rest of the cars are at least 1 lap behind the leader in class. 3rd place is the 727 Simpact Noises car, and then in 4th is the Quality Control Racing, nice pun there, number 65. And in 5th place is the Eclipse Racing Team Blue. Do have a few retirements. The number 913 Tabula Rasa Esports 913, the number 98 Delta Sport Green Team, JWR Marlin, XZ Racing, and then one team did not make the grid, Team Mark Helmick. And we do have one other class on track at the moment, Austin, and that's the GTEs.
Yeah, that's right, Kenny. Currently in the lead, the number 487 car, Bright Esports, and picked last. Obviously running first, a bit of a play on words there. Then in second place is Nordic Racing Gold. Third place is SAS Green. Running fourth currently is Team Radline. And in the fifth place for the GTE category is Australia-wide Racing Blue. A bunch of cars in this category. 2 retirements at the moment, Supersonic Racing in the 12 machine, and Verano Motorsport Black in the number 200 car, Reese.
Indeed. Well, things are calming down a little bit here. It's been a very long race between these guys as we have just gone under 10 hours to go. It's currently just past 5:15 in the morning, virtual standard time, and as you can see, the dawn is on. The sun will start rising very shortly. Track only 19 degrees Celsius, 66 Fahrenheit. So it's a lovely cold track. Very fast times coming through, and here we go. It's another one of our random cautions here in this race. There will be 5 maximum, and there won't be any cautions in the first or last 30 minutes of the race. But now all of the drivers will have to slow down. This is going to really bunch things up here.
Yeah, for certain, and there will be some pit strategy involved, and some of these drivers will get to take a little bit of a break, which in most official endurance races doesn't really happen. But I really love the element of these endurance cautions. It really brings in some realism. Nobody knows when they'll come out. It's all based on kind of an incident limit cap, but it really kind of resets the strategy. And Austin, for drivers that may have had some problems in during the last green flag run, could catch them back up to the rest of the field in some sort.
Yeah, Kenny, obviously all these cars have to now bunch up behind the iRacing pace car there, and obviously it's a huge break if you're someone who can maybe get the wave around here, because of course the class leader is behind you in terms of your positioning to that safety car, so you do get maybe a free lap here on the racetrack. But yeah, especially if you spin out, you lose about 30 seconds, just making sure that you don't pull out in front of someone else. This is a huge break for some cars, and definitely aggravating for others, especially when you have a lap or 2 lead.
Well, the iRacing pace car gathers up the field through the S's. Of course, there is an independent safety car for other classes as well, as we see an LMP1 going rather slow here on the way out of Tetra Rouge. It seems to be the Not In Vain Racing orange car just pulling over and letting the pace car go. That is your overall leader at the moment. Second place, the Team Spirit Racing car, just making its way through the Porsche curves with Nicolas Piles at the wheel. So this is really going to close up the gap for the overall lead. In fact, it's the same in the LMP2 class as well, Kenny. Only 30 seconds between SRN Motorsports and BRT, so we're going to have another race on between those two.
Yeah, for certain. It looks like both prototype classes have 2 cars that are on the lead lap or the same lap as each other for the lead battle. And yeah, I mean, you could have been totally on the other side of the track, and now that the caution is out, it's kind of reset. There might end up being some traffic in between second and first place, but nonetheless, it'll be a huge gain for that second place driver and kind of a reset of things here before we go green flag. And Austin, is there a similar situation in GT, or is it a larger lead for that leader?
Well, Kenny, in the GTE category, there's 1 lap separating the leader to the second place car, and there's another lap separating the second place cars from all the rest of them. 5th place is an additional lap behind 3rd and 4th. So still pretty spread out here in the GTE category.
Going to have to correct myself from earlier. Manual pace cars are only for top split in the Majors 24, so everyone's going to be bunching up here behind the iRacing pace car all at once. thinking about the LMP1 class, the Not In Vain Racing Orange Machine in P1 has got quite a few cars in between themselves and Team Spirit Racing, and there's been a little bit of pit strategy foibles that have been conducted since just before we went live. Seems to be about 6 or 7 laps difference in pit strategy between the top 2 cars in LMP1, but crucially, it seems, the SRN Motorsports and BRT LMP2s pitted at roughly the same time, so it looks like they are pretty much even on strategy at the moment, Kenny.
Yeah, and usually you will end up seeing those differences in pit laps based on, if a team has problems and one team does not, you'll kind of end up seeing that difference in pit laps. However, with these cautions, every once in a while you might see a time where a team will stay out. However, I would guess that you'd want to pit under any caution that you have a chance to pit under because, the whole field is not going at a very high pace, so you will not lose a ton of ground while that pit stop happens. You may take even a driver change because, and 4 tires even, because that'll be the longest pit stop possible, and you have the most time at your disposal to kind of take your time, maybe even make some adjustments and reset for the green that will come ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, especially the chance to get the 4 fresh tires is huge because 9 times out of 10, usually you don't change tires if the driver is staying in the car, and sometimes even at nighttime, especially when the temperatures are a lot cooler, you see that reduced tire wear. You might even go from driver to driver, maybe even triple or quadruple stint tires. Really just depends. So the chance to get those on the car, you're going to be going a little bit faster anyways regardless. And of course, the car always handles so much better on fresh tires. You're pretty hard-pressed not to take them when a caution does come out.
Yeah, indeed. If there's any time to come in and get fresh rubber, it is indeed now, but there'll be plenty of teams who are currently in the first stint of their newest set of tyres. And it's an interesting point that you guys make about triple, potentially even quad stinting tyres, especially at night time. The fact that the track is so incredibly cold at the moment, you're able to carry so much speed here with those cool temperatures. But yeah, there's not much heat being put into the tires, not much wear going through them either. It's helped by the fact that this track, the Circuit de la Sarthe, is mostly straights, so plenty of opportunities there to save your tires. It's certainly something that I've had a bit of experience with in the past. I'm a member of a team that ended up winning their split of the official iRacing 24-hour by quad stinting tyres through the night in the BMW M8, so it's definitely possible. Let's hope that some of the teams have been able to pull off that strategy masterclass. So coming up to the Indianapolis corner now, this is going to be interesting because there's 16 cars from what I can see in between our top 2 in LMP1. But again, the gap between those top 2 LMP2s almost nothing at the moment.
Yeah, for certain. And if you go back to kind of the tire conditions here, the tire wear is definitely going to be kind of at a minimum at the moment, but again, the cold temperatures are going to make it a little bit sketchy, at least from the get-go with brand new tires, or even just resetting here, taking the green flag if you choose to go on your existing tires. Just have to kind of wear them in and get them up to temperature. And when we have a restart, everybody's going to be kind of bunched up together, or at least more than they were in under green flag conditions. And Austin, when we run official endurance races, generally at this point in the race, you get your fresh tires and your driver change done, and you come out, and usually maybe you'll have like 1 or 2 cars to battle with, but really you have that space. But at this point, we're going to have a restart, and you're going to be packed with just about everybody else in the field.
Yeah, for sure. In all the normal races we do that are 24 hours long, like the one in February to start off the season, you're getting in about the 14th, 15th hour of the race, and maybe there's a car on your same lap, but it's only because they either haven't made a pit stop or they're on the same pit strategy as you, and usually they're half the track layout away from you, so you're never going to see them unless one of you has a bit of problem or comes out of the pits just the right time. You might see them for a couple laps, and then they duck down pit road. So for the most part, there isn't a whole lot of battling that goes on in these races, especially at night. Usually that isn't until it comes down to the end. So for this caution to come out and really just throw a monkey wrench into that whole thing, we're going to see a lot of excitement here, and it's definitely going to get the hearts racing of these guys, because 9 times out of 10, Kenny, you're on the nighttime shift. You're basically just supposed to get the car back in one piece and not fall asleep behind the wheel.
Yeah, for certain. These are kind of the tough times, especially for us on the East Coast, where it's past 11 p.m. in real time. We're getting into kind of the middle of the night for us first shifters, but yeah, it's a land of opportunity to be bunched up and catch up to the field, but it's kind of a double-edged sword because you have to deal with traffic at the same time right from the get-go. But it looks like we're approaching pit lane. We'll see if any of these drivers decide to come in and see if we get the one to go at the same time here.
Indeed. Well, seeing if anyone decides to inch their way on towards pit lane, there's definitely some potential for a potential pit stop for the SAS Green GTE, but have a look at that. It's the majority of the field that have decided to come in for a stop. The overall LMP1 leader comes in. Bill Lance just behind him in the SAS Green machine. And SAS Green currently running third in the GTE class, Austin. And it looks like they might have to give up those positions to the Team Radline and Australia-wide Racing Blue cars, because they were pretty close, and they only pitted just before the caution. This has really benefited them.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to bring that up as well, because even the leader in that Bright Esports pick last team, they made their pit stop just as soon as the caution came out. So they were able to kind of speed up in front of the pace car, come down pit road, and then speed up and catch the back of the pack here. So they're making out of this thing like bandits. But yeah, especially like you mentioned, the SAS Green team, they were those cars, third, fourth, and fifth. They were all on the same lap. So they're going to come down pit road and lose those positions. But most importantly, obviously, they're not going to lose as much time as you would under a green flag condition stop. So they should be able to get back out on track and be right on their tails for those positions.
Looks like a driver change for the SAS Green car, meanwhile. Looks like Bill Lance has given the car to Mikael Andresen, who was the driver in the car from lap 78 to 105 some hours ago. So new driver in the car. Doesn't look like they're taking tyres, though. Interesting to see. So who knows how that's going to go then for the SAS Green machine. Evidently, they're looking to lose as little time as possible, even under the caution.
For sure. I mean, the less time you lose to these other cars, the more you're going to benefit yourself, just because there's less cars now coming around the track to try and catch up to that pace car. And you could even be battling with some other cars out on track, and it's all about that track position, especially if you're one of those two LMP1 cars. And the fact that you have some GTE cars between you, that's not optimal. That second place car is going to want to get to the field as fast as possible, Kenny, and even faster than fast.
Yeah, for certain. And if we look towards the front of the train that's being paced here, it's actually led by two LMP2 cars at the moment. But last time by, at least, they were not leading their class. So I wonder if they're maybe staying out here to effectively become on the tail end of the lead lap of their class, because they were one lap behind the leaders. So that's the Quality Control Racing 65, and then right behind is the Chicane Online Racing Red, which is actually another lap behind them. So a decent bit of strategy here for some of these cars that they won't be able to get waved around the pace car, but they will effectively be on the tail end of the current lap, or the last lap that they were on.
Yeah, Reese Kenny, just a bit of information for you guys on the SAS green car. They're still on pit road. So, Reese, I don't know if they weren't taking tires just to try and make sure they could start fixing the damage on that car as soon as possible. But they haven't moved an inch. They're still on pit road, even as all this is going on. So, and I hadn't thought about this either. This is a great opportunity to repair any kind of damage on the car. Kenny, you and I aren't even used to this because in the real 24-hour races on iRacing, you're green flag the entire time. There is no caution. Any sort of time you spend in the pits fixing your car is not going to be negated for sure by the pace car being on. I am seeing the SAS green car now up on the jacks, and thankfully these guys are only right now going down the Mulsanne straight here, so thankfully this SAS green car should be able to get most of their time back.
Yeah, it's a nice long lap here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, so still plenty of time to catch up to the rest of the field, Kenny.
Yeah, for certain. And it's a good point you bring up there, Austin, because, in the official endurance races, you kind of have to pick and choose your battle as far as, if you get into a problem and you have some damage on board, you kind of pick like, okay, are we going to take all this damage repair now or not repair all of it or maybe some of it and get back out there, because you're constantly worrying about losing time to the rest of the field. But now that it's a caution, what a lot of drivers are probably hoping for, they can get back into get back out there and not really lose a whole lot of track position.
Well, especially when you consider, because I've been in those situations, even with you, it's, you have a meatball flag. First and foremost, you get rid of that meatball flag. And then after that, you try and go through and say, all right, well, after this, you get the car out there. And then every time we come down pit road, you're going to get some of that time off their repair clock, just naturally from fueling the car, changing tires when it drops off the jack stand, and maybe even a little bit from driver changes, but that's only about 11 seconds. So when you have minutes of, optional repairs, it's going to take a lot of pit stops to get that time back.
Yes, well, the number 440, the not in vain orange car, was P1 overall. With that pit stop, they have ended up giving up a bit of time to the Team Spirit Racing number 41. So now there's 4.6 seconds between those two. Actually, my timing is not working with me because it looks like there's only a few tenths between them here behind the pace car. We're going to have a proper race for the overall lead of this race. Looks like there's some black flags being cleared for entering a closed pit potentially. And there's some questions in the chat over how people got by the pace car when people pitted. Now, it's a difficult thing to try and decipher here, guys, because I'm not too familiar with road course caution rules. But we'll take another look here on the replay at the pit entry. You can see that the 440 has passed the pace car to enter the pits. Of course, it's obviously not that good of an idea to pass the pace car. You can see that they slowed down quite a bit on the way in. Looks like they were behind the pace car at the line, though. So I'm not too sure what to make of that, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, it's also hard to tell what line or kind of mark they are using to determine, where you have to be behind the pace car at when you enter pit lane. So yeah, I've seen that even in oval racing under pace laps, you'll accidentally pass another car under pacing because of going down in the pit lane. It's kind of the same scenario here, but instead it's with the pace car. And noticed a few other cars got to go by the pace car after they crossed the start-finish line. I wasn't exactly sure what that was about too. A little bit of confusion here, and some cars got black flags cleared, but I think once we go green and then kind of have like one lap under our belts, we might be able to kind of sort this one out, Austin. But again, these cautions are just a little bit different than what most are used to seeing on iRacing service at road courses.
For sure, and I think I could also kind of interpret that question as why are people getting the wave around just because the leader pitted? I don't know if that's the question they're asking. Sometimes these drivers have to kind of translate whatever their native language is to English, so you kind of lose some of the more finesse words of the English language, even from their own native tongue. So I could also interpret the question that way to say, you know, if the leader came down pit road, how can other cars now get the wave around from the pace car? I could interpret it that way too.
Interesting question here, Kenny. You're monitoring the LMP2 class. The SRN Motorsports and BRT cars, they were quite close, but it seems like one of the drivers from BRT is asking how car number 2 got a lap ahead of them. So there's potential for a big change there for the LMP2 lead.
Yeah, because essentially right now, in the pacing line here, we're going through the Porsche curves, and the SRN Motorsports is only, I don't know, maybe 10 or so cars behind the BRT car, which would effectively put them a lap down. And obviously we talked about it when we came on air, that was one of the closest lead battles on track. And I'm not 100% certain, but there might be, no, it looks like there's not a similar situation in GTE. I know there was a question about it early on in the caution, but it looks like that's not the case. But yeah, a little bit of a jumbling in order here. And if you're some of these drivers that thought maybe this was an opportunity to kind of gain track position, it's possibly going to actually hurt your chances of gaining that.
Indeed. I think actually looking at when drivers came into the pits, it looks like the BRT car pitted at the end of the last lap, so that might have played a part in it. But either way, pace car is in, and we're going green once more, leading across the line. The LMP2 pair, as there's some jumbling back in the pack, already out to a very early lead over the rest of the field are those LMP2s, and they're going to just about get passed by the asymmetric LMP1 car in 4th place overall pretty soon. But Richard Watkins and Nils Kaur, they make themselves nice and clean through the S's. Not too bad of a pass there. Looks like Nils is looking to try and gain some positions back, but oh, he just spun there out of the S's. Very unfortunate there. He's going to have to wait to get back onto the racetrack and let the entire field stream by, Kenny. That is an absolute disaster.
Oh yeah, that is the worst, and this is really tricky, a really tough spot to really get back on track. This is mostly blind for that driver. He's probably got some help from some teammates spotting for him. He gets back onto the racing surface, but yeah, all that track position now lost. He goes from essentially the front of the group that was pacing all the way back to the back, and now he's got a bunch of GT traffic he's got to deal with right away here.
All right.
Yeah, it's absolute mayhem back in the pack here, Reese. Obviously, as soon as it goes green, you've got a bunch of LMP1 and LMP2 cars way past the start of the race, even the start-finish line. And as soon as the green flag came out, well within their right to do so, they just put their foot down. So it's already calamity back here.
Yeah, it's looking very jumbled as we see the number 440 Audi try to make his way past all of this GT traffic. They're going 2-3 wide back in the pack out of the first of the Mulsanne chicanes. As we check out the number 727, apparently there's been a wreck in the chicane, Kenny, and they've got a meatball flag. You can see it there from that car's behavior. It is crabbing something fierce.
Yeah, he actually ran into a car up ahead. That was the 45 car he ended up hitting, as we have a replay queued up here. The 45 looks like he maybe locks up the rear end, doesn't get hit by anybody at first, and then there you go, just an innocent victim, a kind of a double whammy there. And you see another Ferrari there, he has to straight line through the chicane. That might be a good move if we look further on.
One car off in the gravel trap here, guys. Trying to get the car number, but obviously just missing that chicane. Pretty something fierce.
Oh yeah, that is Nils Kaur once again in the number 20 Chicane Online Racing red car. He's made another mistake at the end of the Mulsanne straight. Looks like he's managed to get it going though, and it doesn't seem like there's any damage on that car.
Yeah, I believe he kept this thing out of the wall. Obviously, just kind of missing his braking point there, and it looks like he had a bit of a draft going down the back stretch. And Kenny, when you get the draft here down the Mulsanne straight, you're more often than not probably going to overshoot the corner just because you're never used to carrying that much speed into there.
Yeah, for certain. You know, when you, especially in like the LMP2s or LMP1s, they just get a huge draft, and you can use that to your advantage. We've actually seen some bump drafting in some of the other splits of the Majors 24 here, but yeah, you know, if you get a huge toe on the driver in front, you have to kind of compensate for that when you enter into some of the sharper corners, especially like the Mulsanne corner or Mulsanne hairpin, because you're coming in with a head of steam there, and it's very easy to overshoot that, so you have to let off early. But look at how tightly knit this battle is as we come out of the Porsche curves, and we'll head towards the final chicane on this circuit and start another lap at Reese. And one driver actually coming into the pits right there.
Yeah, that's one of the LMP1 competitors. Looks to be the Gio Di Pagna Motorsport car with Wataru Endo at the wheel from third place. And looks like that's going to be the end of a stint. Oh, that's Scott McGarvey. That is the LMP2 leader, Kenny. That could be very dramatic.
Wow, and he pulled kind of right in front of a GTE car there.
Goodness gracious. So
yeah, at that point, you really have to rely on your teammates there to make sure that you know you're clear, so you don't do that to someone.
And we'll take another look at it on the replay. So McGarvey coming into the chicanes here. Oh, he just lost it there. Looks like maybe a little bit of a jink to the right, and well, this could potentially be classed as an unsafe re-entry here. Not much of a gap here as the GTE really had to take avoiding action and ended up getting into the wall for his troubles. Oh man, I don't think race control's going to be looking at that one very optimistically, Austin.
Definitely not. I think they're probably going to have to bring down the hammer pretty hard on that maneuver, because he totally just came onto the track there. That wasn't clear at all. And for some other cars to take evasive action, even putting that one Porsche there into the wall on the left. So I'm going to be monitoring here the rules, and Kenny, obviously there is a way for these teams to kind of protest, so I'll have that pulled up as you see what car. I think that's the 72 machine having to take the tires there.
That's kind of all going on.
In fact, Kenny, that was for position. They've just been passed by the Eclipse Racing Team Blue for fourth in LMP2.
That's kind of all going on here, and this is kind of a product of these restarts when you jumble the pack up into a group, and even drivers that aren't really trying to be aggressive, you just when you're close to your competition, it's just easy for things to go wrong, and then other drivers that want to be on more of the aggressive side, they want to take advantage of this improved track position and make the best of it and make some passes. So yeah, kind of a lot going on. Seems like the chicanes, Reese, have caused quite a few problems.
Yeah, they have. I mean, when you come off a caution and all of the classes are not just bunched up but jumbled up as well, you got to try and find your way past LMP2s, fellow LMP2s, GTs. You got to try and make way for LMP1s as well. So very easy to get distracted, get flustered, and make a mistake. But here's a battle here. Oh, big oversteer there for, I think that was the Sim Stickers racing car of Bart Daleman, going for a little bit of a ride there. No, that's actually the 55 that we're looking at there, the Digital Spirit DS racing car. They're trying to keep the number 26 behind them of Jeroen Vredenburg.
And the number 2 LMP2 car, actually class leading car, is supposed to actually serve a black flag, and we have seen a few black flags get cleared, but they still have to serve, and they are actually coming by pit entrance right now and have not entered. So they actually, I was looking at the 48 car, my bad there, but we'll see in a few moments here if they do decide to come in and pit for that penalty, and that would really help out the BRT car. We were seeing that they were kind of complaining that they essentially lost a lap to that number 2 car, and that black flag being served would certainly help their case.
Yeah, that it would. Question is, how long is the penalty? Not too sure if what exactly the penalty was given for. It looks like they're going to avoid coming into the pits this time around, and makes sense. There was a GTE right there. They're going to have to wait another lap. You generally have 3 laps to serve an iRacing issued black flag, so they'll be fine for now. They'll just be looking for some clear air. Speaking of clear air, the Team Spirit racing car in the overall lead is working themselves very nicely here in the lead of the race. They took advantage of the 440 being held up by everyone coming off the caution, and they lead by 9.1 seconds, and they were the fastest car on track last time around. Fastest lap overall in the race belongs to the ProDrive Esport Team LMP1 with them setting a 3-minute 9.8. We're seeing times around about the 3-minute 12s at the moment here at this point in the race. But looks like most of the battles have calmed down, but Kenny, it is still very much on for 19th and 20th overall, 14th and 15th in LMP2. The Adamo Virtual Motorsport and Digital Spirit DS racing cars are shadowing each other very nicely here.
Yeah, for certain. There's been quite a few decent battles in LMP2, and when I was covering the Pro Split earlier on this morning, noticed that the LMP2 groups, and it seems to be the same in this split, where they would kind of almost slinky effect. They would, the field would kind of spread out and then kind of bunch back together. It'd spread out, bunch together, and that's really helped by a few things. You have the draft, and you'll also have, traffic, and we will talk about that. The entirety of this event is that traffic really plays a part in kind of the outcomes of these races. And in Austin, from a GTE perspective, it's really tough to be the slowest class out there when the prototypes are just so much quicker.
It's pretty scary, to be honest, Kenny, because you always, not only do you have to look at your windshield to make sure you know where you're going and you hit your marks. As a racing driver, that's the most important thing. That's your job, is to be consistent and hit those apexes. But you also have to be wary of what's in your rear view mirror. And 9 times out of 10, most race car drivers really aren't doing that. So when you come here to Circuit de la Sarthe, you go into this race and you have to continuously watch the rear view mirror. Obviously, you have the outboard, the side pod mirrors, and some of these cars are equipped with that digital mirror in the center console, so you can kind of see what's behind you and coming up. And it's pretty scary because they come up on you very fast, and you're hitting apexes coming through some chicanes, and all of a sudden, lights flashing because there's an Audi behind you.
And Reese, remember at the beginning of that restart, we saw Niels Core in the 20 car spin before the Mulsanne straight, and then he recovered. Well, after that, I don't think we covered it on our cameras. He actually got nailed in the back going into the Mulsanne corner, got sent into a gravel trap, and that team has actually put in a protest for that. So we'll have to see what the verdict is on that one. But I just saw a few minutes ago, a protest has been filed for that one.
Right, so that explains why we saw Niels Core in the gravel trap at Mulsanne. The battling is continuing here in the LMP2 class. 26 and 19 are currently fighting with each other within a couple of seconds. There's a few different battles going on here. The LMP2's just trying their best to negotiate each other. Checking out the number 26 is the number 2 is now in for their black flag. Now, Kenny, this is going to be probably a reasonable blow for this team, but depending on how long the penalty is, they should still hold on to the LMP2 lead.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, it's going to be, they're over 3 minutes ahead of second place with how things kind of played out here. So we'll have to keep an eye on them as they sit in the pit box serving their penalty. But we'll have to see how this kind of plays out here. And Austin, do you have any update on the GTE battle at the moment?
I don't really, Kenny. To be honest, everything has still kind of continued to be the way it was. The only difference is that SAS Green Racing car, third, obviously, like Reese mentioned, they came down pit road and under that last caution because they hadn't pit already, kind of going to kill two birds with one stone there. They fell all the way back to 5th place. They're about 8 or so seconds behind the car closest to them on the track. That's for position. Otherwise, everything's kind of been pretty clean and mostly consistent with what it was like earlier.
Yeah, it looks like things are a lot more spaced out in GTE than they are for the prototype classes. That battle is still going on in LMP2, Kenny, between Element SimRacing and SRB Esports. And wow, the number 2 has been in the pits for a while, hasn't it? As these guys are making their way now down the straight towards Indianapolis. You don't want to be part of a pack of cars at this part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's one of the narrowest areas of the track. I mean, you can make a two-wide battle work, but you certainly don't want to be in that position. You see these drivers all going single file for now, and they will come down into Arnage, which occasionally we will see a pass. We do not this time, but I do want to focus on the battle, well, what might be a battle between the leaders and BRT. So SRN Motorsports still in the penalty box right now, and BRT, the second place car, coming through the Porsche curves at the moment. So we'll have to see if the SRN Motorsports car will even maintain the lead. We thought, Reese, that they would maintain it relatively easily, but here they still sit.
They do, and there is Christopher D'Aquino for the BRT team making his way into the chicanes. It's always a little bit misleading seeing drivers take a little bit of the pit entry on their way into those chicanes. You think they might potentially be pitting, but they're not. And that is going to be the pass for the LMP2 lead. So BRT now into P1. Goodness gracious, it looks like there's a little bit of drama that could be eventuating from this one. The SRN Motorsports car not too happy with that black flag being issued.
Yeah, I did see them kind of posting in the all teams chat. They weren't too happy about it, and they still sit there, and boy, they're just going to lose more and more positions here, and that's actually going to gift a pretty healthy advantage to the BRT team as well. So, yeah, and they're pretty much in clear racetracks, so it's kind of a win-win for D'Aquino and company.
Indeed, the SRN car is still in the pit lane. They've been in the box now for 3.5 minutes. That is a lap around Le Mans, around the Circuit de la Sarthe in the P2 class. So very unfortunate there for those cars. Well, either way, that is the way things stack up in LMP2 at the moment. In the P1 class, meanwhile, the Team Spirit Racing car continuing to lead from Not In Vain Racing Orange, but the gap has gone down a little bit. It's now sitting at about 6.7 seconds. So Peter Bogan is starting to catch up on Nicolas Piles as we see a GTE pitter, Austin. Let's see then what this works out for them, hearing that it might be a black flag.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I believe that was a speeding or unsafe pit entry, and you try so hard, as hard as possible, to go down there as fast as you can. Try to gain some time. Kenny, you mention it all the time. The most time you can gain when pitting isn't just this is iRacing. All the pit crews are pretty much the same. You might have some RNGs working your way or against you by just how fast they can change the tires or fuel the car. But other than that, it's all about maximizing your in-lap and your out lap, and the one way to do that is to try and get everything out of the car that you possibly can. Try and enter the pit road. Sometimes you might cross over a boundary that you shouldn't, or you just roll in there a little bit too hot.
Yeah, for certain. At least these cars all have pit road speed limiters, so you can make sure you don't speed in the middle of pit lane, but that entry and sometimes even the exit can be tricky. And here at Circuit de la Sarthe, with a chicane at the beginning of entry, makes things extra tricky, and you'll see drivers cut that as much as they can. But with curbing there and all that, you really have to make sure you still maintain a safe enough entry. occasionally it can bite you, and sometimes it's the little things that can win you these races, but it's also the little things that can lose you these races in the end of 24 hours.
Yeah, Reese, Kenny, something else interesting. I was reading the rules just here, just to make sure there weren't any rules that prohibited or inhibit someone from getting a wave around behind the pace car if the overall leader of the race does come down pit road. I looked in there. There were no rules strictly about it, just mostly when the pit lane opened and closed. So I tried reading those rules, couldn't see anything. Also, though, too, if they believe a car is sandbagging, they can choose to just kind of hold them for a lap. And that might have been what they're doing for SRN Motorsports, already on top of that penalty, obviously, for that unsafe rejoin. You look in chat, and one of the drivers said, basically, thanks for ruining the P2 leader's race completely. So I don't know if that's, maybe this person didn't see them do that unsafe rejoin, because that was pretty egregious. Obviously, my mind goes back to the LMP1 Toyota car that kind of came across the track during, I believe that was practice or a qualifying, maybe even the race, and they just absolutely destroyed an LMP2 or 3 car.
Yeah, well, that's the way things go. Unfortunately, you get an unsafe re-entry, you get a penalty. As we see into the pits now, number 54, Paul-Louis Spitzer brings the Alberg Racing Esports car in. Meanwhile, Kenny, it does look like the SRN Motorsports car has re-emerged onto the racetrack, and they're rounding up the Koala T-Control Racing number 65 to try and get second back.
Yes, they have, and it seems like in the end here, the roles have kind of been flipped between SRN here, and is this a class leader in GTE?
This is the class leader. This is Sprite Esports. It looks like they just got it a little bit wrong here in the Porsche curves, and it's so hard to just nail these curves completely. And just obviously racing side by side with another GTE car there. That looks like the Nordic Racing Gold Team. This was actually P2. He's trying to get his lap back here, and obviously just not leaving a whole lot of space.
Yeah, looked like a bit of an egregious maneuver there. The just trying to round him up was Jeppe Junkun in the Nordic Racing Gold Ferrari. When they came up to the entry to the Porsche curves, tried round the outside, and they came together. So that ended up putting the class leader almost into the wall. Yeah, just a little bit of a tap, tiny bit of damage. He did manage to get it going, but you see that pack of cars coming up there. That's where things get really dramatic, Austin.
Yeah, you can see, obviously, it's not just the cars in another class that are coming up on you at this point. It's guys even in your own class. So it's super scary to, you just got the car righted from that accident. You can see, obviously, there's a LMP car kind of diving to his inside there. And at that point, it's so easy to just momentarily lapse a concentration there. You just blow the corner on corner exit and have to take that little adventure through the gravel.
And speaking from an LMP1 perspective, sometimes it can be difficult to determine exactly what's going on ahead of you if your spotters aren't quite on it. You can come up on a big battle of cars and you don't really have time to react. It's very blind through the Porsche curves. So the driver of that Audi would certainly have a little bit of work to do as we get a black flag for P3, I think, in the GTE class. No, the number 33. Yes, Jesper Bergved in the Nordic Racing Machine. We've also got black flags for Aiden Rafai and Christian Glamsetter in different cars there. So race control now currently right on it, trying to sort things out here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know why. I mean, you might have something to prove, but to be honest, you're about 14 laps, 15 even almost behind the leader of your own class. Why you would want to make a move, especially where it's so hard to race side by side with another car like that, is completely beyond me. So completely backing this decision here by race control.
Looks like there's also a black flag that has come in for the Cube Racing 830, who we saw serving a speeding on pit entry black flag just earlier. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Well, they got it cleared, and then they were re-black flagged again, so I don't quite know what this is about here.
God, there's black flags coming in all over the place. The SRN Motorsports LMP2, meanwhile, Kenny, has made its way back into the pits. They've just come out after a 32.1 second stop. What's going on for them? They're back down in 7th now in class.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, this one appears to be kind of a normal stop, and it looks like here from race control, we're hearing penalties are for iRacing giving the incorrect wave around procedure. So yeah, it looks like they're just kind of catching up on and redoing or undoing a little bit of miscommunication on the iRacing side. It is kind of jumbling things up here, and we might have to give this kind of a little bit of time to kind of work its way out and figure out where these drivers are actually supposed to be. But yeah, as far as the SRN car coming back in for a pit stop, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, they might have had to. They might have been forced to. Then maybe they missed the opportunity to pit under that caution. That's kind of why they got put in the position that they were to begin with on the restart. Maybe they thought pit lane was closed and then never had a shot to pit. I'm not sure.
Well, into the lane comes Paul-Louis Spitzer once again in the Alberg Racing eSports car. Yeah, goodness gracious, these drivers coming in now to serve those black flags. It looks like the number 50 LMP1 is in as well. Giovanni Pacifici in the number 50 machine. I don't know if this is a scheduled pit stop or a black flag penalty. Either way, pit lane is now coming alive. In terms of the overall lead, the gap has stabilized again. It's back out to about 7.5 seconds, and not much to talk about otherwise. Third position still a lap down, but tell you what, things are really heating up now in our LMP2 and GTE classes. As goodness me, that doesn't look too good. That's Jean-Denis Lod in the Cube Racing 830. My apologies, I accidentally misidentified him earlier as receiving a black flag. He did not from race control. As they make their way through these LMP2s, they're all fighting for roughly reasonable positions in class here. The 10th place overall car at the front of this train, the SRB eSports car that just came into the pits once again. But man, have a look at this. These drivers are just this is the challenge for an LMP2 driver, isn't it, Kenny? When you have such an active class here, all drivers are driving the same car. You don't have any intrinsic advantages.
Yeah, you really don't, and the difficult thing too, with there also being LMP1 cars in this field, is that these LMP2 cars are obviously quick, and LMP1s are a lot faster in a straight line, but a lot of times the prototypes are around the same speed through the corners, so it's a little bit difficult, and the LMP2s always seem to put on really aggressive and equal racing. It's a very popular car for iRacers to attack in the iRacing service, and so it just seems to be a 24-hour sprint sometimes, and it's just really aggressive. And like I said before, the draft is strong with these cars, but also the aero wash, the aero push that you get in an LMP2 when you're behind traffic is also a very difficult thing to deal with. And you see here just a train of cars down the Mulsanne Straight, so I'm sure not all these cars are handling at their peak at the moment.
Well, especially you mentioned the aero wash, but unlike the LMP1 cars, there is no boost. There isn't none of that hybrid energy you can deploy at the single push of a button. So that kind of takes some strategy away from it. And you mentioned all the cars are the same, and I like how you also pointed out too, Kenny, these cars are very equal when they go into the corners. It's not like when you're in a regular LMP2 car racing against some of the GT cars, your mid-corner speed and your straightaway speed is a lot faster. But you look at these two prototypes here in both the classes, and really equal in terms of the curve. So really the only opportunity you have to make a move here if you're in the LMP1 car is down the straightaway. So it's a lot of biding your time between opportunities to make that pass.
And I'm looking at the moment, Austin. It seems like the battle for third in the GTE class could be spiced up very shortly. The fact that we have got Team Radline, Stephen Place at the wheel in the number 69, on the same lap as both the Australia Wide Racing Blue and SAS Green cars, that could be a very intriguing fight to keep track of.
And also, we do find, I want to note that in LMP2, a few cars did pit the same lap as the SRN team. The Quality Control Racing team came in for a pit stop. The Arlberg Racing Esports team, I believe, came in and maybe even had to come in another time. But the SRN team was not the only team to come in on a couple laps ago. But the LMP2 cars are just a couple laps away from having the majority of the front runners in that class make another scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, my apologies on there, guys. Had my live timing and scoring up, so of course Discord does not connect the voice. But Reese, yeah, you touched on it perfectly. The last time we talked about that gap between those three cars on the same lap, the gap from third to fourth was about 7 seconds. It's currently up to about 11 at this point, but the gap from fourth to fifth has decreased. It was about 6 or so, right now 4 seconds. So they're getting closer and closer. I've been keeping my eye on that battle for the last couple laps here, so very intriguing to see when some of these cars come together. And you might say all that 4 seconds or 11 seconds is quite a bit. It really is in terms of on-track time, but boy howdy, Kenny, I mean, any endurance driver would tell you that one bad corner or having to let an LMP1 or LMP2 car by at the wrong time can cost you a good couple seconds on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think if you get down to the last few hours and if you're still on the same lap as the leader or whoever you want to race, you feel like you're still in it to get after it. So that's kind of what these drivers are looking forward to, and plenty of these drivers in all three classes are on the same lap. And of course, Reese, the overall leaders in LMP1 are still only less than 7 seconds apart from each other this late into the race. And of course, everybody wants to be the overall victor of a race at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Exactly right. Remember that they pitted at the same time as well, so it is a straight up race between those two teams. The gap is ebbing and flowing. Sometimes it goes down to about 6.5, other times we see it to around 7.7 to 8 seconds. So ebbing and flowing with the traffic and with usage of the hybrid as well. As we check out the number 14 Nemesis Racing LMP2 6th in class, they are holding off the SRN Motorsports machine that is recovering then from that long black flag pit stop. And there is the pass. SRN Motorsports back up to 6th place, but all of that time lost means that they might not have a chance for a while at getting back into the top 5.
Yeah, for certain, and they're, essentially a lap behind at this point, and just trying to recover. But luckily, they do have, plenty of time, just under 15 hours, or yeah, just about 15 hours have been elapsed. So 9 hours left to go in this one. And one thing I want to note too, we've only been live for us here for about an hour, and the sunlight has really made its appearance. It's not fully up, track's still cool. It's actually only 64 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment, but that sun will come up and we'll get to what I like to call kind of the twilight zone, where it's kind of that transition point, and it's still cool temperatures, but the lighting seems to kind of change, and it gets to be a little bit of a challenge in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's really hard to see all your braking points, especially around here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, because you go up to some of these areas and sometimes your braking markers are a certain birch tree in one area, or, perhaps a cone in a different one. And sometimes with all the shadows, especially reflecting off the cars, it's really hard to see the certain areas around the track that might be braking markers. So you're more apt to just blowing a corner and missing that apex entirely.
Such is the challenge of racing in a 24-hour race through the French countryside. Pretty pretty challenging race this is at the best of times, as we see one of the LMP2 class cars in. That's the BRT car pitting from the lead. They're followed in by the Eclipse Racing Team Blue car, which is a lap down on them. So now it's the proper pit cycle here for the P2s, Kenny. It's looking like pit lane is coming alive with Dallara P217s.
Yeah, for certain, and it seems like the majority of cars can basically just go about the same amount of laps. You won't see very many cars. If you see a whole group of them coming at the same time here, you won't really see many cases here at Circuit de la Sarthe where a driver or a team will be able to stretch a whole another lap around this 8-mile plus circuit. But Reese or Austin, actually, maybe the 487 car went off in GTE.
Yeah, it did. Our cameraman, Zach Johnson, actually caught just a bit of a peek of that a couple moments ago. I jumped to that car immediately to see he did spin out just underneath that Dunlap bridge. So obviously getting it a little bit wrong there. He has since recovered. He's now going along, and obviously they do have a pretty sizable gap, but you can only make mistakes like that every so often before that second place car, the Nordic Racing Gold Machine, is right on your tail, chomping at the bit to try and take away that position.
Yeah, mistakes that you certainly cannot afford. Bright Esports do have a very nice lead in GTE at the moment. They still have a lap over the next car, but that gap is certainly going to diminish if there are more mistakes like that. And already trying to catch back up here, catch a bit of slipstream off of Ryan Avila in the Wrong Stuff car. Big oversteer moment there. Traction control saved the Ferrari, but the overall, the GTE leader is going to make his way past. The number 8 car currently running way down in class. They're currently 15th and many laps down on their fellow class competitors. Not carrying any damage though, from what I can see, or much at the very least. So at the very least, it's going to be a nice stable race from here on out, or so they hope. Pass made before Indianapolis, and I'll tell you what, in a GTE car, Austin, Indianapolis, corners like that, they are certainly very difficult. We're going to go on a quick rundown here of the top 5 positions in each class before we go on our first break of this session. So, overall lead, it's 42 seconds now between first and second in LMP1 with the Team Spirit Racing car just coming in for a pit stop. We can expect the Not in Vain Racing orange car to come in for a stop very soon there too. So, in third place, it's still GOD Pania Motorsport with Asymmetric P1 and ProDrive Esport Team LMP1 rounding out the top 5 in LMP1, and the 5 cars in class still running. Kenny, how's LMP2 going?
Yeah, so at the moment is BRT, the number 48 car, leading the LMP2 class, and followed behind them is the Element SimRacing car, the number 77, and then followed behind that, it's been a little bit jumbled up based on pit cycles. We have the Quality Control Racing 65 car at the moment in third place. Fourth is the SRN Motorsports car trying to recover from a black flag penalty. They are in fourth place, and then in fifth is the Eclipse Racing Team Blue, number 124. And then we have one other class, Austin, that's the GTEs.
Certainly right, Kenny. The current class leader is that number 487 Porsche that's on your screen right now, just going underneath that Dunlap bridge. Currently in the second place, that's 1 lap behind the leader, Nordic Racing Gold car. And then in third place, Team Radline. On the same lap as them are the 4th and 5th place machines of Australia-wide Racing Blue, and that SAS Green Ferrari is in 5th place.
So that's the running order as things stand here in the Majors 24 in the 4th split. We'll be back very shortly here on the Global Sim Racing channel to bring you the next 3 hours of racing action as the sun continues to rise in virtual France. Well, you would have seen there over the break, there's been quite a few changes there. Some drama as there were passes for position in the GTE class. A big shame there for the SAS green car making contact with Australia Wide Racing Blue. Both of those cars now carrying some pretty substantial damage as we see our LMP1 leader.
Whoa, hard contact, LMP2 into the wall.
Oh dear, yeah, that's quite big. That's at Mulsanne Corner. Who on earth is that? Looks like the NSR green machine in 18th place in class. Very hard into the wall. Very unfortunate for them. Looks like they've mostly gotten away with it. We'll see if they end up pitting for damage. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner. It's Austin Belke and Kenny Kibbe in the box with me. And have a look at this, Kenny. Some battling going on in LMP2. It looks like there's a battle for 4th place and a battle for 9th place in class. This is the battle for 4th.
Yeah, for certain, as these drivers go through Arnage here, and they're basically nose to tail at this point, and all these drivers essentially pitted at the same time as well, so they're basically on equal footing here, just trying to get the best track position that they can, and you can actually use this to help each other out in some ways if you decide to draft instead of race, but we all know that the racer inside of us wants to be the lead of this train at all times if possible, so these drivers are driving pretty hard at the moment, trying to snake their way through a little bit of traffic. It's not terribly thick at the moment, but as you just see a GT car kind of offline, they're going extra slow, and these guys will snake on through, and you see there, that's the product of traffic. One, it looks like the number 36 LMP2 stuck behind that GTE car, and look at the amount of time he's going to lose as we start another lap.
Yeah, indeed. That is quite the gap.
That's essentially like a 3-second time penalty race. Like, you know, just having to break through those 2 chicanes, and you can't pass through there.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult to pass there. And here's another element that we got to think about, guys. As the sun's rising, you come up over that chicane, and you've got the sun right in your eyes as you go underneath the Dunlop Bridge, Austin. It doesn't matter what class you're in. That is a problem.
No, it does not. Sometimes I've contemplated when you're running here at Circuit de la Sarthe, grabbing my glasses off of my desk and just putting them on for this one corner, because it is especially blinding if you got your HDR, high dynamic range, turned on. You come over the curve and you can't see anything. You basically just have to kind of hold your breath and hope that there isn't a car. I mean, look at how blinding that is. And we're even offset from the driver right here. So he can barely see any of the braking markers, especially the lanes of where he's supposed to go, to make sure he's doing his job, hitting those apexes.
Yeah, I'm watching the production feed and I'm squinting. That is ridiculous there. Well, not going to be a problem for most of the rest of the lap, because most of the time, 1, you're facing away from the sun, and 2, you've got trees blocking your view. But this battle is still going on here, Kenny. Arjen de Roos still trying to hold off Hakon Eide Lindmo in the Eclipse Racing Team blue car, getting very close here in the second Mulsanne chicane as they have another GT car to negotiate. That's Jesper Bogvard in the Nordic Racing Ferrari. It looks like they will clear him without much issue. They're starting to tow along the SimStickers racing car as well, a lap or so behind these two, but he can certainly afford to save some fuel. You did mention just before we went live that one of the cars involved in the battling in LMP2 went a lap longer than the rest, and it's stuff like this that can help you do that. Stick in the draft, get off the throttle a little earlier, and do some fuel saving.
Yeah, for certain, and certainly if you have drivers in front of you that are at least keeping decent pace, but not on the same lap as you, you might as well just hang on back and just kind of chill. Now, granted, if the pace is just, if they're way slower than you are, you kind of have to cut your ties and get around them, as you see again snaking around another GTE right before Arnage. Yeah, in one car in specifically actually was able to go 1 lap further than and the rest of the LMP2 car field that is on the same cycle as most of the leaders, and that's the number 77 Element SimRacing car, which is 6th place overall at the moment, and has kind of been driving just in their own little pocket of space here, and they are, I believe, over 1 lap behind the class leader, but making up that 1 lap could make a huge difference when we get down to when the pay window opens, depending on when cautions come out or just when the race ends. You really never know where in the stint that's going to happen, so that can be an advantage for that team.
LMP2 is a very intriguing class at the moment. Of course, as you mentioned, the leader is a lap ahead of everyone else, but we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th in class, all on the technical same lap. It's pretty amazing to see, but yeah, Element SimRacing, they're running 6th overall and 6th in class, sorry, and 11th overall, as that's a problem for the number 33 Austin, the Ferrari GTE. We were looking at that car just a little earlier when the P2 guys were passing him, and it looks like he's run into some trouble at the Porsche curves.
Yeah, having a really rough time here trying to get this car reversed and back going the direction it should, Reese. It looks like he just had a really lazy spin here coming out of those turns and just nosed it right into the wall.
Shame there for Jesper Bogvard. Well, I guess you can give us some perspective here, Austin, as a GTE driver. I mean, you know, I'm used to driving the Circuit de la Sarthe in a prototype where the downforce really helps you through those high-speed corners at the end of the lap. You don't get that luxury in a GTE.
No, you certainly don't. I mean, you do to some degree, but, you know, your weight to downforce ratio just is not the same. You can certainly feel the downforce in the corner because you're really flying through those Porsche curves in any of these classes, but, you know, these GTE cars are so much heavier, and they do produce a lot of downforce, but it's just nowhere near the amount you get from either of these two prototypes. So these cars definitely a lot closer to the limit of grip and even the traction control, and not really able to help Jesper there.
And it looks like that is the GTE leader pitting, Austin. It looks like Oliver Wallen has taken over the number 487.
Yeah, that's right. This looks to be a scheduled stop for these drivers. So the last guy getting out of the car, I believe that was Alexander Wegert. So now he's handed it back over to his driving partner there, Oliver. And hopefully Oliver can continue to keep this car on the lead for this class, because we saw a couple times this car not really handling the best through the nighttime hours.
Yeah, maybe putting a fresh driver in the seat will eliminate some potential issues there, because we did see a few spins from the previous driver in the car. Maybe Oliver Wallen, after taking a nice long break from driving this car, would be able to bring a sort of a fresh perspective to it. Wallen was last in the car at the end of lap 83, and that car is currently on its 229th lap, so very long time between stints there for Oliver Wallen. The car will probably be a little bit different to when he got into it as well, still carrying a little bit of damage there to the left front. So checking back in with LMP1, it's definitely stayed stable between Piles and Bogun. The current leader, the Porsche, number 41 of Team Spirit Racing, but they hold on to the lead by only 6 seconds now from Not In Vain Racing Orange. So things could potentially be spiced up there, depending on where hybrid is deployed, where traffic is used, or traffic is negotiated, I should probably say. Very interesting differences between the LMP1 cars. They're both in sort of different subclasses of allowed energy usage around a lap of Circuit de la Sarthe. The Porsche can deploy a maximum of 8 megajoules of electrical energy. The Audi can deploy a maximum of 6 megajoules. There's also differences in how they generate that electric power as well. The Porsche can generate electricity through the turbo as well as via regenerative braking, but the Audi only has the regenerative braking to deal with. So it's amazing to see that the balance of performance between the cars is such that they're still able to race that closely, Kenny.
Yeah, and that's one big difference between the LMP1s and the LMP2s. First off, you have two different manufacturers that participate in that class in iRacing with Porsche and Audi. And then in the LMP2s, it's basically just the Dalaras. In reality, there are occasionally some different chassis, but really all those cars in iRacing are the same. And then those kind of hybrid aids, if you will, or additions to power that you talked about. Another thing that is just not present in the LMP2. The LMP2s are a little more raw, and there's a little bit less kind of going on, a little bit less management going on in the driver's seat between those, but both produce awesome racing in their own way. And that was one thing, though, from a driver's perspective, I did not really care for in the LMP1s, was just trying to get your boost right and manage it and really use that to help optimize your lap time, because it's essential.
Absolutely is. Another big difference is drivetrain as well. The LMP1s put at least a portion of their electric power down through the front wheels. So in the Porsche, for example, when you put the power down, you've effectively got four-wheel drive and 1,000 brake horsepower. It's an absolutely insane machine, an old LMP1 car. And, I understand why they're no longer used in real-life competition, because development costs did spiral out of control somewhat, and they're very expensive cars to run. But they were certainly spectacular. Some of my favorite cars ever made this generation of LMP1. So 8.25 hours to go in the race. Austin, how are things looking in the GTE class? Because I think I saw a change of position somewhere down the line. I think it might have been the SAS green car being passed by Team Radline.
Yes, sir. You can see that they've kind of made that position back for the time being. So moved the number 69 car up to third place overall. Currently, the leader is still that Brightest Sports number 487 Porsche. Behind him in second place is a Nordic Racing Gold, rounding out the podium. The team you just talked about. Team Radline. Then you got SAS Green in the 42 car. They're currently running in the fourth position. And then rounding out the top five is the Australia-wide Racing Blue team. So definitely the competition in the GTE category definitely heating up here for that last podium position. The first two cars in that category are on their own lap. So kind of a bit of a boring, lonely race for them. And luckily, though, they're kind of aided by the fact they've got two of the faster classes ahead of them, and they're going around making laps at the same time.
Yeah, it looks like the GTE class in the top five at least is in the middle of their pit cycle as well. SAS Green just coming out of the pits. Meanwhile, Team Radline, they're on the same strategy as the Australia-wide Racing Blue entry in fifth. They pitted 2.5 laps ago. So now there's still plenty more to come here in this race, because the LMP2 class is starting to approach the end of their pit cycle. BRT currently leading with Christopher D'Aquino, Kenny, and they're 6.2 laps into their stint, but 9 laps into the stint are second and third, Watkins and McGarvey in the quality control and SRN cars respectively. We should expect them to come into the pits in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, I actually expect both of those cars to probably be coming in this next time by. And remember, we watched both of those cars for quite some time in the last fuel stint. They were really close to each other. Almost expected the SRN car to make a pass over the quality control racing car as they recovered from the black flag they received a little bit ago, but that never happened. They sort of just tailed each other for that entire stint, and then in this stint the quality team has extended the gap between those two to about 5.5 seconds, so a good run. And right now in second place is that 65 car, but obviously they will be pitting this time by, and we'll lose a little bit of time. So this is something we'll have to keep an eye on throughout this event, as we have a few real players up near the top of the leaderboard that are not on the same pit strategy, and that can really, depending on when a caution comes out or when the race ends, that can really kind of change the finishing order.
And you can see in the background, there's an LMP2 car behind them. That is the class leader, the BRT machine. They are about to lap second place in class once again, potentially put them 2 laps down. But of course, they have yet to make another pit stop in their cycle as well. They've got a few laps to go, have the number 48. So potentially they could end up back behind Quality Control Racing on track, at least, not for position. But regardless, the pace that Christopher D'Aquino is showing at the moment is pretty substantial. He ran a lap 3:28. He's keeping himself nice and stable in the 3:28 bracket. Does look like he ran a bit slower than the Quality Control Racing car, who was putting down some really good times. Richard Watkins at the wheel of that one. He's going quite well.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and like I said, he's kind of gapped the SRN Motorsports team, and if you're either of these drivers just trying to stay on basically the tail end of the lead lap in class, and as we take a look here at the Quality Control Racing team, there they go. Both of these cars will shoot down into the pit lane, and they will officially lose that 1 lap to the class leader, and they'll have to wait for the next cycle to come around to recover that track position. And the teams that will benefit from this will be SRB Esports and Eclipse Racing Team Blue, who are coming through the Ford chicanes at the moment. They will end up gaining those 2 positions and move into the 2nd and 3rd positions.
Well, especially too, Kenny, in these LMP2 machines, you're going to run the fastest when you have the least amount of fuel on board. Tires are largely pretty much the same over at least 1 or 2 stints, so you can really try maximize that pace over a single lap when you have the least amount of fuel in the car.
Yeah, that's for certain. You really want to be able to run that fuel out as much as you can, because the lighter the car is, generally the faster it is. Even with once you get into some worn tires, that's when you want to make a really good time, and that's what really matters, is the in lap with those LMP2 cars. It's kind of the same across the board in the classes, but I've noticed in the LMP2 specifically, the car is so quick on that last lap, and you really got to maximize that in lap and try to leapfrog the competition after you make the pit stop.
Looks to me, Kenny, that SRN Motorsports, pitting at the same time as Quality Control Racing, they were still in the pits for quite some time. I think they might have taken tyres on that stop.
Yeah, and it looks like they actually make a driver change there too. Looks like, yes, they did. Daniel Gralti is now in that car, so that's probably part of why it was an extra long stop, and we'll see this throughout this event as well. You'll see teams decide to take tires or change drivers when others will not, and it'll kind of spread the field out, but then we'll see them come back together again when it's kind of flip-flopped and the other team decides to make a change. So this is kind of the chess match that is played in all 3 classes, Austin, as we progress through a 24-hour event.
It certainly is. I mean, you kind of have to, like a chess game, anticipate what your opponents are going to do 2 moves ahead of where you currently are, and try to anticipate what's going on so that you can try to cover them off, because sometimes it's really difficult to do that, or if you catch it just right, you'll be thanking yourself and your lucky stripes, because 9 times out of 10 you will be in the lead of your class, or you can even gain heaps of time.
Another thing that we got to consider is the time allowed for a driver change. That's another reason why teams will go for a tyre change when they change drivers, because in iRacing, a driver change is locked to 30 seconds worth of pit time. If your fuel stop ends up being shorter than 30 seconds, which it shouldn't be most of the time in these cars, then you'll end up spending a little bit more time stopped in the pit lane. So makes sense to just take the extra time to put tyres on, make sure that your fresh driver is good and ready. Checking back in with the LMP1 lead, meanwhile, it has closed. It's now under 4 seconds, and as the number 41 negotiates traffic, Nicolas Paez making his way into the chicane, and that was a bit of a close call there with the Nordic Racing Gold car on the way into the chicane, but looks like both cars escaping with minimal damage. Now, question being for the Not in Vain Racing orange car, It seems like a pretty good part of the track here to be negotiating traffic. Nice straight lines. They won't have to worry about losing too much time. I'm looking up the road a little bit. They've got some P2s on the way up here. But regardless, it looks like a pretty clear track for them from here on out. So that battle can continue.
You'd be surprised, and Reese, you guys can attest to this in these long endurance races. You'll have some laps where you might be the only car out on track, it seems like, and other laps where it just seems like every single corner you're having to either exit a little weird or exit a little weird because there's a slower class car ahead of you. And that goes for the LMP1 cars, the LMP2 cars, and especially the GTE cars. You can be riding around like it's just you out on the track, and all of a sudden you're just getting passed or being passed or passing guys left and right for laps on end.
Yeah, and sometimes it's even entire stints. You feel like one stint you're in the car and it just seems pretty calm, and you're just kind of running laps, passing a car or two now and again. But then you'll find other laps where it's like, man, you just feel like you're constantly in a battle, or especially if you end up being kind of in a battle for position, that always gets intense. And sometimes even though there's a lot of time left on the clock, it's still a race out there, and there's still plenty of battles to be had. And sometimes stints can have a lot of drama within them when really you just kind of want to log some laps.
Yeah, logging some laps. Certainly the main goal of a lot of these drivers now, particularly for that top two in LMP1. The gap's ballooned back out to over 4 seconds as they negotiate the Dunlop chicane, having to once again deal with that sunlight. And have a look at how much glare there is out there on the racetrack. The second place car, the 440, negotiating an LMP2 there on the way out of the chicane. Didn't lose too much time. It was Dennis Bybeck in the NSR green car who's trying now just to keep himself consistent and passing a GTE on the way out of Tetra Rouge as well. Things are going quite swimmingly for the Not In Vain Racing orange Audi, and now there's no cars in between our LMP1 leaders. Looking a bit further back into the LMP2 class, we've still got that battle going on, a three-way fight now between BRT, SRB Esports, and Eclipse Racing Team Blue. It's more of a battle between second and third, Kenny, because once again BRT have that lap over the rest of the field, but SRB Esports and Eclipse Racing Team Blue, the 35 and the 124, they're still battling quite hard. They're separated by some margin, roughly a couple of corners in the Porsche curves. But we'll see what Lindmo can do in the 124 here on this next stop to try and get a leg up on their rival.
Yeah, and these drivers are approaching their next pit stop here pretty soon, as they're on lap 8, entering lap 9 of their stints. So I expect not this time by, but next time by, for all three of these drivers to come in and make a pit stop. Also, we will see the Sim Stickers Racing entry come in, and the Team RaceGetter.de team will also make a pit stop as well. So that will kind of flip-flop the top three, if you will. The BRT team will maintain that lead position, but then second and third should kind of flip-flop with the teams that are a little bit off on the pit cycle.
Well, in the LMP1 class, the fastest car on track was the leader, Team Spirit Racing, with that lovely amount of clear air, setting a 3-minute 10.8. That's only 2/10 off the best lap they've set in the race so far. So they're obviously having a good time there in the 41 and the 440. What about GTE, Austin? It does seem like things are a bit spaced out, but we've still got 3 cars on the same lap, 3rd to 5th. Radline, SAS Green, and Australia Wide Racing Blue all on the same lap there, but it seems that Oliver Wallen is still putting in some consistent times there in the Bright Esports machine.
Yeah, Reese, he's been doing a really fantastic job. I've had my eye on him for the last couple laps, and he's been doing a really good job of putting that car where he needs to, watching out for traffic, getting out of the way when he should be, and kind of holding him up whenever he needs to, just to say, like, hey, it's really going to be best for the both of us if you wait just another second or two and let me hit this apex, and then I'll get out of your way for you. I've still been looking at the battle here. This is for the last podium spot, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now. They're about 5 seconds separated on the track, and kind of just those gaps getting larger and larger out here. This is the 3rd place car we're looking at here. This is the Team Radline car, number 69. Really having a nice drive out here. Just, putting in the solid lap times, doing really, really consistent stuff.
Yeah, very consistent indeed. The driver at the wheel there, Stephen Place, he has been in the car for a few stints now, and I would expect that he'll be giving up the car to another driver fairly soon when he decides to come into the pit lane next. I'm not entirely clear, Austin, how long does a fuel stint typically last in the GTE class?
Well, it really just depends. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get in the car, and you pretty much you're going to double stint it. It's looking like about 20 laps or so on one stint, so 40 laps or so for one driver to kind of get into the car and get out of it. Just taking Alexander Olsen, for instance, got in the car at lap 174, and he got back out of the car at lap 214. So pretty consistent there in terms of that. Looking, sometimes 40. It really just depends too. You might hit a caution, but in terms of just running the car out of fuel, that's kind of what we're looking at there. So, and that obviously, some of these cars, and Kenny, I think you touched on it too, maybe under the brake there for a little bit, but some of these cars naturally just have a little bit better fuel mileage. So again, though, 20 laps looking like the average stint length. So, and if you double stint, that's going to be 40.
And speaking of fuel mileage, looks like the current leaders in LMP2 are making their way into the pit lane. BRT coming in this lap, and following right behind is the SRB Esports car and Eclipse Racing Team Blue as well. Sim Stickers Racing coming in too. So all these drivers coming in at the same time, and that will kind of like I said before, flip-flop some of these drivers that were on an alternate strategy, albeit maybe not voluntarily, but that will jumble the order of LMP2. Once again, these drivers only go about 10 or so laps, and with the multi-class racing, Reese, you have 3 different classes that also have 3 different pit schedules, so it really makes for the pit lane to kind of maintain activity almost all the time, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. You'll almost always see someone in the lane every couple of laps at the very least, and it definitely makes things interesting out on track as well, as there's a bit of traffic for second place in LMP1 as the overall leader decides to come in as well. 11 laps complete there for Team Spirit Racing. It looks like the LMP1 leaders are offset by a lap on pit strategy. Not in vain, Racing Orange is going to go another lap here, having just started their 11th lap. But yeah, when you're out on track with the differing pit cycles, you'll always come up on a different lot of cars just about every time you make your way around this circuit.
And sometimes you'll be driving around and you kind of have empty track, and you kind of think you're going to have that empty track for quite some time, and then you come back around where pit entry and exit are, and boom, you have multiple cars coming out of the pit lane at the same time, on their own pit strategy. So it can really kind of change the dynamic that these drivers have to deal with how traffic works and dealing with that, especially if you're a faster car trying to navigate through that traffic. If new car or cars on new tires or with new drivers come out of the pit lane, it's just another factor that all of these drivers have to deal with continuously as we go along here.
Well, with that pit cycle complete for the for some of the top 6 there in LMP2, It does seem like SRN Motorsports, they've started to catch up on these guys now. Remember, SRN in the number 2 took tyres on their previous stop, and they're currently 3 laps into their stint. All the other cars that have just pitted, being the leader, as well as 3rd and 4th and 5th, they have decided not to take tyres on that stop. So, I mean, the tyres do tend to last quite a long time. They can keep up the pace for, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 stints at night. But there's still those minute bits of difference, Kenny, that can definitely make a big difference out on track. In terms of pace, those slightly fresher tyres for the SRN Motorsports crew could really benefit them in the next hour or so's time.
They definitely could, but one thing that we saw that last pit cycle is that the SRN car, they made a driver change last time they pitted, in the quality control team that was near them in the running order did not. They kept Richard Watkins in the car, and Reese, you touched on it earlier that Richard was really putting in some solid, consistent laps, so he is still in the car. So now there's quite a big gap in between those two cars who are basically on the same strategy, whereas the quality team is up in the 3rd place at the moment in class. SRN is back in, I believe, 6th in their class. So it's that's the kind of gamesmanship that gets played with strategy, when to change drivers. Sometimes it even comes down to just the schedules of your teammates, who's available at what time. So sometimes drivers have to pick up stints in times that they don't even expect to.
Well, not to mention, Kenny, sometimes you do have the odd mechanical failure or hardware failure, or worse comes to worse, someone just has to drop everything and go do something else, and 9 times out of 10, family or real life events are going to take precedence over a fake simulatory race on the computer. And not many people outside of iRacing or immediate family really understand what it's like to pour your heart and soul into this event. You put hours and hours of practice into this thing, and if something happens, you got to go to the hospital or go help out a family member. It's really hard to say no.
That's part of the magic of sim racing, I suppose. It's one of the things that really separates it from real life racing in a sense, and I think that's something that is worth embracing and celebrating, is that sim racing, I mean, real life motorsports is a family, it's a community, obviously, but in sim racing, you do have all of those extra elements. It's not something that many of these drivers do full time. It's only really at the very top levels of sim racing that you see drivers committing to it as if it's a real life job. Pit cycle done for the LMP1 class, and that was a very quick stop for the Not in Vain Racing orange car. They have maintained the lead. That is very interesting to see. They lead by 18 seconds over Team Spirit Racing. That I don't even know how to make head or tail of that. It seems that did they put another driver in the Team Spirit Racing car too? Yes, they did. Jerome Leheng is currently in the number 41 Porsche, but Peter Bogan staying in the number 440 Audi. Oh dear, we got a GTE car slow there on the exit of the Daytona chicane. Looks like Jesper Bogvad in the Nordic Racing entry having a little bit of a problem down there at Daytona. That car has had a very rough race, and you can see that they are carrying quite a bit of damage. Rear wing is looking a little wonky there, Austin.
Yeah, the rear wing's looking kind of wonky. Even both sides of this car, you touched on it a little bit earlier, that car has definitely seen impact there on the left-hand side of it, even forcing a LMP2 driver to kind of avert their course there at the moment. And Reese, Kenny, I can't tell you just how terrible these things start to handle when you get any sort of damage on the car, and then it's kind of one of those things where damage breeds damage because the car doesn't handle well, and because it doesn't handle well, you're more prone to making mistakes. This is the mistake. You're going to see it right here. Comes out of the corner, just gets a little bit crossed up there in the middle of that the Daytona chicane. So, and obviously kind of tapping the wall there on exit just for good measure, doing a little bit of an Austin Powers 3-point turn there, and then gets back going. But Kenny, you damage the car, it drives worse. You damage it again because it drives worse. It doesn't handle the way you expect. Then it drives even worse than before. So, having that rear wing askew, obviously not as worse as just kind of disjointed. But Kenny, we see looks like one of the prototypes down pit road.
Yeah, and it looks like that is a possible LMP1 here. We have a replay up here. Looks like some repairs are going to be needed. Oh, wow, goes flying past another lap car and smacked the outside wall. That's definitely going to warrant some repairs.
Yeah, it's a mechanical black flag there for the Pro Drive Esport Team LMP1 with Ivan Mortellaro at the wheel of that one. Very unfortunate. I mean, it's something that you see LMP1s do all the time, going around the outside of karting corner, just out of the Porsche curves, but evidently a little bit too much speed carried in there for Ivan. Just going back to the mistake we saw from the Nordic Racing Ferrari, one of the things you've got to consider in particularly the GTE and LMP2 classes, those being only rear-wheel drive, is on corner exit, when you catch a curb like you do in these chicanes, the traction control can save you occasionally, but sometimes it works to your detriment, Austin, because the traction control kicks in, and if the car's already sliding, you don't have much opportunity to save it, and it looks like Jesper is bringing that one in, hopefully to get some of that damage repaired.
That's right, Reese. I'm so glad you touched on that, because the traction control just works the way it thinks it should. It thinks all four tires are on the ground at the same time, so it starts to limit the slippage of all those. And sometimes it just kind of does what it thinks it should if the car were firmly planted on the ground. But because you might only be making contact with 2 or 3 of those tires, it just kind of locks them up a little bit for you, and you'll actually be sent into a worse spin than you would have if it just hadn't turned on at all.
Exactly right. Well, Jesper Borgvard brings that one in, and probably going to be sitting in the pits for a while, but looks like a nice calm race out in front for Peter Bogan in the Not In Vain Racing orange car. Again, it was a very quick pit stop for those guys, 22.9 seconds, but I think actually on reflection, it's probably more of a reasonable kind of pit stop for the LMP1 cars if you're taking no tires and a tank of fuel in the Audi. Definitely works out to about 20 to 23 seconds depending on positioning in your pit box. So it was really the driver change for Team Spirit Racing that lost them the lead there. A little bit of traffic now coming up for our overall race leader, and looks like the GTE Devin Lamke in the SDR Team Ragnarok car running in 38th overall, makes it nice and easy for Bogun. And then they've got Arnd de Roos in the SRB Esports car just up ahead of them, 3rd place in LMP2. Looks like they are having a pretty good race. In fact, it seems, Kenny, they are starting to catch up to the Quality Control Racing car.
Yeah, so these are 2 of the cars here that are on different strategies, and it's worth noting these 2 cars and their placement on track, because once the Quality Control Racing car comes into pit in 3 to 4 laps or so, obviously Arend de Roos in the SRB car will pass them and then pit a few laps later. But as these strategies kind of overlap, these drivers are getting pretty close on track for around half of their stints. So we'll have to keep an eye on this and see if one actually overlaps over the other, to see if the SRB car is actually able to, pass over them and before their next stint starts. And Austin, this is something that we deal with a lot in endurance racing. You'll end up finding yourselves in battles for position with cars that are not necessarily pitting on the same lap as you, but you have to keep them in mind for later, that next time you come around to this point in the stint, you'll have a battle on your hands.
Yeah, for certain, you have to remember that you're not only racing this car for position, and that can happen halfway through your stint. You have the first 10 of a 20-lap stint all by yourself, and then for the last 10 laps, you're having to fight and battle out with a car in your same class for position, and then both of you just experience this each and every time through the pits, and your teammates are going to remind you, hey, this car is coming out of the pits right here. This is where you are. You're going to have a battle on your hands, or you're doing really good because they're 2 seconds behind you. You've been putting in a fantastic stint so far. Keep it up, buddy. And Reese, one thing I want to talk about too, you mentioned that one car having a extremely fast pit stop because they didn't change a race car driver like another team. And, that team that didn't change a driver yet, they're going to have to deal with that later in the race. The only time, and Kenny, you know about this too, if you can have drivers triple stinting themselves, you're then going to have less time spent in the pits just swapping drivers. And that 30 seconds, it adds up over time.
It does indeed, and looking at the drivers that have driven that 440 in the past, Peter Bogan has been in that car now for, it seems, 33 laps, so that's 3 stints in an LMP1 car or thereabouts. They've been splitting the stints pretty evenly over the course of the race in the number 440. Looks like they've been going, for goodness me, 5 stints each for the majority of the race. There's some insane numbers that have been put down from those drivers, but crucially, back at lap 243, Peter Bogan took over the car from Mark Gomez, who was only in the car for a single stint. So they might have to work that out later on, put Gomez back in the car at some future point, because that was the only stint that Gomez had done in the car so far. And this is something that we haven't touched on yet, guys, is the fact that they have driver fair share implemented in sessions like this. I remember looking at the details. Essentially, a fair share is computed as 25% of an equal share of laps. So I think to stay on track here for not being disqualified at the end of the race for not fulfilling the fair share requirement, yeah, Gomez is going to have to get back in that car, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. To be honest, it's really hard for you folks at home to see this kind of information on the screen, but basically iRacing has 3 different groups of laps. Basically, the first one being the number of laps that each team member has driven in the session, and then the next area basically is the number of laps driven so far by the driver, and then the last one is how many they're going to have to complete in order to get that quote-unquote fair share by the end of the race. And sometimes, Kenny, we've experienced this too. One of the drivers on our team, they're there for the first 2 stints, and we think we're going to meet their fair share, but then for whatever reason, they have to leave and go do something else in real life, and we've come extremely close to being completely disqualified because one driver just doesn't get back in the car. So yeah, Reese, he's going to have to get back in the car at some point in order to make that fair share, and you definitely never want to be that guy. That is the reason your entire team gets disqualified, because you didn't get back in the car and complete the rest of your fair share.
Yeah, so some potential difficulties to be faced there for the number 440 later on. They still lead, though, by just about 20 seconds over the number 41. And we did catch a GTE spun on pit entry there, Kenny. It looks like it was the Nordic Racing car once again having a big incident out on track, and Martin Torp Lind, who had only just gotten in the car there for that stint, unfortunately destroying the front end of that machine.
Yeah, and that's one of the tricky elements. If you've been out of the car a long time, or if you've not been in the car at all and you just hop in to some tricky conditions with the track being very cool, with that kind of twilight sunlight issue that we talked about earlier, and also with this car specifically, we know that this car has damage, so it probably doesn't handle 100%. So that's just it's a difficult position to be put into, and you try to get get the tires up to temp and kind of get the car underneath you and settled in. But and also, you and all of us have experienced this. You know, nerves can sometimes get the best of you too, depending on your experience level or what your situation is. But unfortunate situation there for the Nordic Racing team. They're still in the pits taking some repairs.
They are indeed. Well, Martin Torp Lind has already done 2 stints in that car earlier on. He was in at the start of the race, came in on lap 21, then he got back in from lap 75 to 112. So certainly has experience in that car so far this race, but again, they were still carrying a bit of damage earlier on from Jesper Bogvard's incidents, so the rear wing still at a little bit of an angle. That might have played a part in the mistake that he made. The Not In Vain Racing car is still touring around this circuit at quite a rate of speed here. Bogan has been putting in the hard yards here, hasn't he? Already done an absolute mega stint in this car earlier on, and had to take over after that single stint from Mark Gomez. So I would say that Bogan will probably be getting out of the car soon here. They're only 4 laps into their stint, mind, so he's still got a little bit to go as he negotiates the Nordic Racing Gold car of Jeppe Junkun, the sister car to the machine that we unfortunately saw spun on pit entry there. But yeah, things are looking nice and stable for the number 440 at the moment. Again, they're going to have to think about that fair share requirement later on.
One thing I'd like to talk about real quick is the SRB Esports LMP2 car that's currently in 3rd place. We talked about them and kind of their overlapping strategy with the Quality Control Racing team. One thing to note is that the SRB car has more fuel on board, 3 laps worth more fuel on board than the quality car, and yet they are running well, up until last lap, of course, running faster laps, mostly faster laps than the 65 cars. So next time these cars come around and finish off their stints and then come back together once again next time around at this point in their next stint, it'll be interesting to see how close they come out. And obviously, it's more than just your general pace, but it comes down to traffic and things like that. But the SRB guys really putting down some solid laps.
That they are. Aaron DeRoos probably suffered from a bit of traffic on the previous lap and was able to get back out there. So lap times looking at about mid 3:28 for our leader. Checking back in, something I wanted to touch on a little earlier was the track temperature. Though the sun has risen, it has yet to begin actually heating up the track. In fact, the track temperature has gone down by a degree, so drivers are still setting some blistering lap times at the moment, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, you know, at least in my college experience, taking the heat transfer classes, obviously all this heat coming from the radiation from the sun, until that sun actually gets up to beating down on the track, which thankfully for the tires, or rather the opposite, it hasn't really began to heat up the track. It's still relatively cool, and it's going to get hotter and hotter, especially as we get to about high noon here, maybe about 4 o'clock. Here in the French countryside. But, you know, basically it all depends on where that sun is positioned, and you look at the track right here, even on this straightaway, it's still mostly shaded by those trees on either side of the track. So for the most part, we're not going to see it get hotter and hotter track temperature wise for probably, I'm going to say, about the next half hour to an hour, maybe about the point for sure we hand it off to the next team of broadcasters.
Yeah, it's a good point, Austin, because this track is pretty wooded, at least in parts of the course, kind of like how Nürburgring is also very wooded. It's not like a Sebring or a Daytona where it's pretty much open. There's 0 trees, and the sun, once it comes up, it's directly projected right onto the racing surface. And with this tree cover, also allows for kind of protection from those rays that we talked about with the the horrible visibility. The only downside is that you can potentially have kind of a flashing effect as you have to deal with the visibility kind of coming in and going away. And you know, Reese, especially if you're an LMP1 driver flying through traffic, that's the least you want is more distractions.
Yeah, exactly right. LMP1 cars, the fastest closed-wheel racing cars in the world. They're effectively four-wheel drive Formula One cars with fenders, to put it really bluntly, really simply. So your reaction times have to be on point. And I mean, endurance is the name of the game. You can get into a rhythm in a very long race like this, especially around a track like Circuit de la Sarthe, where the corners have quite a bit of space between them, but if you're negotiating traffic, something happens up ahead of you, you do not have much time to react. Looking at the LMP2 class at the moment, it looks like a battle emerging here between the SimStickers Racing and Team RaceGetter.de cars. They're on the same pit strategy, but Kenny, we're hearing that you're thinking the 65 and the 2 in LMP2 will pit next time by. It looks like they're at the end of their stint.
Yes, for certain. They are both going to probably be pitting next time by. And nice little battle, though, with the 36 car and the 3 car, with those two being on the same pit strategy. And they have about 3 to 4 laps left on their stint to kind of make something happen. But yeah, we will see another kind of flip-flop in the strategy as the 65 and the 2 will make their pit stops. And remember, the 2 lost a decent amount of time making a driver change last pit stop, and the 65 did not because they kept the same driver in. It will be interesting to see if they decide to keep their drivers or do another driver change. But yeah, this pair here, kind of going at it. They've been pretty close the entire last stint, and we'll have to see once they pit, which will be in a few laps, whether or not that battle stays the same.
Very strong slipstream, but you can see that that Daniel Abelman in the number 3 is just lifting off early, coming into the Mulsanne chicanes, getting off the throttle early and saving a bit of fuel. And I think, like, it's not so much a case of trying to extend the stint by another lap, but I think more of a case of just making sure that you don't have to put as much fuel in the car when you come into the pits, and that might potentially allow them to jump the 36 in the pit lane when they come in.
But yeah, it's really easy to save just a little bit of fuel whenever you're entering these corners, whether that's you let off early and then you can, you know, generally drive deeper into the corner, use a little bit less brake and brake a little bit later than you're used to. But Kenny, you've talked about this before. You can also upshift a little earlier and downshift a little later just to try and reduce the RPM that you're pulling on this engine in most of these cars. And, you know, it might only save you maybe a second or two or a couple milliseconds each time you come down pit road. But, you know, racing is all about those seconds as well. You could see one car getting extremely loose there. I believe that's the 440, guys.
Well, that was the number 36, actually, going off into the gravel at the exit of Indianapolis, and the number 3 makes a mistake in sympathy coming out of Arnage, so the gap extends between those two now. It's looking like this battle is going to start getting intense, having to negotiate the GTE, the Witchwood car, with Fabio Cangioli at the wheel, running 31st overall. Man, very close to disaster for this battle, but I think some very prescient driving from the two of them, Kenny. They're giving each other quite a bit of space here.
Yeah, they definitely are, and like you said, they're kind of drafting for a bit, and they might not really have any plans on trying to make any passes for the time being. And you will see here that the quality control racing team is coming into the pits, and you will end up seeing the SRN car coming in as well, and these drivers again will fall back a few spots.
That they will. And update on LMP1, we saw the ProDrive eSport team in 5th get that mechanical black flag. They have not emerged from the pits thus far, and they've been in there for about 19 minutes now. So I don't want to speak too early, but I think it might be a retirement for the number 50. Hopefully they'll be able to get back out on track and secure themselves a top 5 finish. They're not exactly in any danger of losing it. The next LMP1 car down is the long-retired Podium Hunters Black Machine. 257 laps ago was when they ended up coming in. As we're hearing, it's a driver change for the number 65. Kenny, it looks like Zoltan Vona taking over quality control.
Yeah, and the SRN team, Daniel Gralti, is staying in like what we thought. So there you go. If we can get a camera on these guys in the pit lane, you will see that the SRN car will now leapfrog over the quality team because of the difference in that pit time. But the quality team will have 4 fresh tires on board, as well as a new driver on board. And it looks like, if I can keep going back, it's been a long time since Zoltan was in the car. Last got out of the car at lap 47 into 48, so it's been a while since he's been behind the wheel.
And encountering a bit of GTE traffic on the way out for good measure, but both drivers make their way out of the pits nice and reasonably. They're having to contend here with Nils Kaur in the Chicane Online Racing red car, and it looks like Kaur definitely getting the run out of Tetra Rouge there. They're currently a lap into their stint on lap 2, so those tyres are definitely back up to temperature for them. They didn't take tyres on the last pit stop. Number 65, meanwhile, Zoltan still getting used to the car after some time out, and he'll hopefully be able to work himself out here. Yeah, he gets on the brakes nice and early and lets Nils go, and I think that's a pretty reasonable thing to do there, Austin. When you're dealing with cars that are laps down on you but looking faster and in a rhythm, and you're getting into the car after such a long stint, often a good idea just to ease yourself into things.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, when you have this much of an advantage, not to mention it's a car that has run you down, definitely very much faster than you. They appear faster. Obviously, all these drivers, they have the black boxes on their screen, and odds are, I have to imagine he's got some teammates in his ear saying, hey, the guy behind you is not for position. He's run us down. Why don't we just run wide in this corner once or twice for him and let him by, and then maybe we can try to get a bit of a draft and save some fuel behind him, because there's no point in racing the snot out of some guy just to stay ahead of him on track, especially when he's faster than you. You're not actually racing him, and you can save the fuel, which we talked about just a couple minutes ago, possibly going to save you some seconds on the pit stop.
A little bit of traffic here for the overall leader. Not in vain Racing Orange having to negotiate Dmitry Klopov and Gertjan van Eck. These guys currently in 21st and 12th overall. Lower laps between them in the LMP2 class, but move completed without much fuss for Peter Bogan, who's approaching now the end of the 8th lap of his stint. That was a car off there at Mulsanne. It looks like that was the SDR Team Ragnarok car. Devin Lamke going straight on, coming into Mulsanne, and it looks like he did it all by himself, unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit of an unforced error there for Devin. You hate to see that. Obviously, he's got the car going in the right direction once again. Not a whole lot of damage on that machine, thankfully for him. And it's so easy to just have a momentary lapse of concentration. And Reese, I love what you said a couple minutes ago. And, just for good measure, having to pass a couple GTE cars is one of the faster classes. It seems like any time that it wouldn't be opportune for you to have to navigate your way through them, they always just happen to appear on track at the worst moment possible.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we're due for another break here in the Majors 24 Split 4. So a rundown once again at the top 5 in each class. Not in vain Racing Orange is your overall leader by 19.2 seconds from Team Spirit Racing, who took a driver change on their last pit stop. GOD Panya Motorsport still running consistently, 2 laps down in 3rd place. It's another 3 laps back to the asymmetric P1 car. Andrew J.S. Thomas at the wheel, and it looks like ProDrive eSport Team LMP1 and the number 50 have made their way back out on track. Ivan Mortarello now out there in 5th, 16 laps down, Kenny.
In the LMP2 class, we still have the BRT team out in front and over a lap in front of SRB Esports. Third place is the 124 car of Eclipse Racing Team Blue, and next car in line is the number 77 Element SimRacing car, and then in fifth is the Nemesis Racing car, the number 14. But again, this could change a little bit here.
And then in the GTE category, your leader is still the Bright Esports Porsche. They've been in the lead since we started the coverage of this event. Obviously, though, a little bit spicier of action, though, because the Nordic Racing Gold car is finally on the same lap as them, so that gap might be reducing ever so slightly. Rounding out the podium for the moment, still the SAS Green Ferrari. Then Team Radline currently running in the 4th position. Rounding out the top 5 is the Australia-wide Racing Blue BMW. Reese.
Well, stay with us here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Got 2 more hours of coverage coming up for you very shortly.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics, engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
Well, pit stop time here in the LMP2 class at the majors, 24 here in the fourth split. It looks like the number 48 BRT car coming in from the lead. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner. It's Kenny Kibbe and Austin Belke alongside me in the comms box, and looking like a routine stop here, Kenny, for Christopher D'Aquino in the BRT machine, as we see one of the Audis on pit lane as well. That's the GOD Panya SimSport car pitting, or Motorsport car, sorry, pitting out of third place in LMP1. They are going to hold on to that position. It's quite a gap back to asymmetric, but let's see how this pit cycle goes for the P2s, Kenny.
Yeah, we see the leader, the BRT, in the pits at the moment. It looks like D'Aquino is going to stay in that car, and he sets off. I think they might have taken tires that time, though. See a few other cars in the pits as well, some not on the lead or in kind of the lead battle, and others are. We saw the 1-2-4 car Eclipse Racing team. They were in the pits. They are just now leaving. And it looks like they also did not make a driver change, so these drivers will come back out with a full fuel load and continue on. And again, they will have kind of a little bit of overlap with some of the other cars that are on a different strategy as them, and looks like they will have to see some other drivers pit. And also the Element SimRacing team, I believe, they might be going an extra lap again, so we'll see them come in next time by.
That was almost a disastrous incident there, as the overall leader made their way through on the LMP2 leader. Fortunately, both cars escaping with little more than maybe a change of pants required. The Team Spirit Racing car is coming in from second place in LMP1. That's 11 laps completed for Jerome Lehang in his first stint in the car in a while in the Porsche. But continuing to see some close action here out on track. Things are looking pretty stable in the GTE class as well. Meanwhile, Austin, looks like I just saw the Witchwood GTE car running 7th in class coming in for a stop.
Yep, for sure. I've also had my eye on still the SDR Team Ragnarok car driven by Devin Lamp. He's been having some difficulties here getting this Porsche around the Circuit de la Sarthe. He kind of went a little deep there into Mulsanne corner. He also went for a little bit of a lazy spin. Did a great job saving that car though, so he's still having a lot of trouble controlling that car. You can see this is him right now coming down onto pit road for hopefully for his sake, maybe some fuel and some tires needed. Especially you slide these tires, guys, and especially in the GTE car, they just feel worse and worse. You heat them up, they have less grip, and because they have less grip, you need to work them more. It's just a vicious circle that keeps repeating itself, Kenny.
Certainly is, and you know, in these endurance races, you're really planning on trying to get kind of a rhythm, and a lot of factors can get you out of that rhythm. And sometimes, you know, you make one mistake, and you can almost get in your own head in a way, and compound those into more mistakes. So you really just need to, you know, hunker down and just kind of focus on racing the track and getting your own space. And you know, actually talking with Samuel Ryman earlier in the broadcast, you know, he was mentioning that the less that you can think about it, the better, and I think there's a lot of truth to that.
I'd agree with that as well. I've had plenty of experience in years past racing prototypes in endurance leagues, and you know, at some point you get deep into a race and you just get into autopilot mode, and sometimes that's when you put your best laps down. You're just one with the car and the track. Looks like it was a driver change for the SDR Team Ragnarok car. Lamke giving up the car to Ossi Peitola in 14th overall, and it looks like they're taking tires on that stop as well. Recently completed pit stops in the GTE class. Meanwhile, Austin, looks like Oliver Wallen brought it in about a lap ago from the lead. It was a nice clean pit stop for them, 33.5 seconds stopped in the box, and Nordic Racing Gold also bringing it in as well.
Yeah, Reese, we talked about that Brightest Sports car. They've been really solid the entire time, apart from those spins that we've seen. Luckily for Oliver, he hasn't really been off track his entire stint, and it feels really good when you can go an entire stint just kind of flawless, or at least not getting any off tracks, especially Kenny with the official iRacing stuff. You know, every single time you go off track, not only is it a ding on your safety rating, but at some point now to come down pit road and serve a penalty for having so many incidents. So, you know, the more perfect, in essence, stints you can have without any off tracks or hitting another car, or even just spinning yourself out, whether that's a loss of control or 2X, or maybe just some weird sort of drift through one of these corners. As long as you can get through that, you feel really good about it.
Yeah, and this being a little bit different here in the Majors 24 in that there is no incident limit. However, obviously there's stewards watching this and a lot of things that can be protestable by other teams. So in the driver's seat, you're definitely still focusing on trying to be as clean as possible. And obviously, the cleaner you are, the the less problems that will be happening on track. And in the end, the more distance you'll be able to cover in that 24 hours. So I did see a little update here in the LMP2 class. Element SimRacing number 77 did come in for a pit stop and a driver change. Jan Volmers is now back into the driver's seat. He's had a decent amount of time in that vehicle, so he will come out and will cycle back in, trying to see if they can get up into the top 5 in LMP2.
Volmers was the driver who started that car, the number 77, and looks like he and Marcus Fox have been trading driving duties since about lap 111. It's been a very long night for them, and it looks like something has just gone on here. Is that the sister Nordic racing car that has had another problem? The number 33. No, from what I can see, it's the number 13, yeah, the Nordic Racing Gold car. They've got some damage now on that car. We'll get a replay of that. It looks like an incident at Tetra Rouge, and it was an LMP2 trying to make its way through. Ricardo Santos, that looked a bit optimistic there, Kenny.
Yeah, for certain. And, sometimes that's really the difficult part about multi-class racing is just both drivers kind of being on the same agenda, where sometimes the faster car is thinking, all right, he's going to give me the space in this corner, so he's going to go for it, and the GTE drivers thinking the exact opposite, like, oh, I'm just going to let him by down the straightaway. Now, Austin, from the GTE perspective, I can totally see why the Nordic car wouldn't let the prototype by in that corner, because you're just about to get onto one of the longest straights in motorsports, and that would probably be a better time for the LMP car to go by.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he has to lift or crack the throttle at all, this is Jeppe Juncken we're talking about in that 13 machine. If he cracks the throttle at all, he's probably going to lose about more than a second down the straightaway. If the LMP2 has to lift, well, to be honest, he really shouldn't have to lift or crack the throttle right there in that situation. You're supposed to, as the higher class driver, see these cars ahead of you. See another car off at the moment, guys.
That's one of the LMP2 runners there down at Arnage. It's the Alberg Racing Esports entry, and they're running down in 31st overall, 18th. Sorry, they're running 18th overall. My apologies. So a little bit of an incident for them. 13th in class. Didn't look like they were fighting for position with anyone, so I get the feeling it might have been a mistake there for Felix Spitzer. Yeah, looked like he just went straight on at Indianapolis, but fortunately he's recovered that car without any damage.
Back to what I was saying, though, for me personally, if I'm in the GT3 car, I expect for these LMP1 and LMP2 drivers to kind of be looking up the road. And like we talked about that chase game earlier, guys, you kind of want to anticipate what everyone else is going to do, at least 2 moves ahead of them and ahead of yourself. So you see that car, you're catching them just before you go on to the backstretch here for the Mulsanne straight. You kind of want to back out the throttle a little bit more so that you can maximize your speed coming out of that corner. A bit of an over-under. Try crossing them over like you would at a short track or even some of these slower speed corners.
Yeah, I remember when I raced prototypes regularly, a strategy I used when negotiating traffic was just to wait for corner exit at every opportunity to try and make the pass on a GT or a lower class prototype, because it's certainly not a good look to try and dive up the inside at a corner on a GT car and be alongside them by the time they've already committed to the corner. So yeah, I think, you know, it does cost you a little bit of time in the short term to just lift off and tour behind a car on your way into a corner, but at the very least you preserve both of your cars and it results in a better race for all.
Well, yeah, especially because in this case, I can totally see where race control would penalize that prototype car, because he shouldn't have made that move up the inside. Obviously, it's resulted in that 13 car. I mean, these guys are running on the podium in their class, so to just go ahead and take a car seemingly out of the running like that is pretty rude, in my opinion.
And on top of that, guys, you think about the just the momentum loss. Even if the move goes, you know, without any real problem, depending on where the prototype's going to send it in there to make the pass, it can be just kind of a momentum loss, really, for both teams, because really that's the goal for any of these classes, is to deal with traffic in the most efficient way possible, because it can turn into, that's really the biggest factor in lap time around here is navigating traffic, and you find yourself side by side for any long period of time, and it just kills lap time.
Such is the reality of multi-class racing. Well, you see an example of it here as Piotr Bogan, our overall leader, comes up on the number 48 LMP2, the leader of the class BRT, with Christopher D'Aquino still at the wheel of that machine. Bogan having to back off a little bit into the chicanes. As we mentioned before, there's no chance of making a move in those final two chicanes at the end of the lap. Have a look at how much curb they end up using through that opening section. It always amazes me, but you've got to be careful, especially in a prototype, about your curb usage, because you run a bit too far over those speed bumps and you can destroy the floor, and the floor is pretty much the majority of where the downforce is generated in these prototype cars. But Bogan here has been in the car for quite some time. He's decided to stay in for yet another stint. Remember, he's been in the car since lap 243. They're coming up to the 290th lap completed in this race, so that's well over 5 stints now that Peter Bogan has done. He must be getting tired at some point, Kenny.
Yeah, he has to be, and you know, we've seen quite a few different strategies when it comes to kind of driver scheduling or scheduling out stints. Some teams will continuously bounce drivers in and out of the race car after every, you know, couple of stints. So you really kind of have a spread out schedule. Other teams will decide to schedule kind of blocks where you'll see drivers make one big block of time where they stay in the car for 5, maybe even 6 stints or more. And then have another driver go in and do the same thing, 5 or 6 stints, and then everybody's time is kind of already accounted for. Austin, that's one thing with scheduling little blocks of time, is that you do kind of have to worry about that minimum drive time. But on the other side of it, you schedule drivers in big blocks. You have a driver that's kind of waiting there, hasn't done really any driving, and will be forced to kind of do all of it later on in the race.
Yeah, I certainly do, and with that comes, I mean, this really does become an endurance race for that driver, and sometimes I've been in the car too where it's probably been my 3rd stint in a row, and your knees start to tense up, your ankles start to get a bit sore, even the heels, especially on my pedal base, start to get even sore as well, and then all of a sudden that big tall glass of water I had next to my steering wheel when I started, that's been empty since I got done with my first stint, so you're kind of getting to the end of these stints, and you're really dehydrated, you're kind of feeling those side effects, and you know, some of these drivers, based on their time zone, they could be up for, you know, this might be their 18th or 20th hour of being awake, and you just can't wait for your head to hit the pillow.
Yeah, you've got to keep yourself in tip-top shape, even when you're driving sitting in one spot in your home office or man cave or what have you. a strategy that I often used when I raced a bit more regularly was to have some dried fruit next to me in a bowl, get some good boosts of energy. That was a big boost over the curb, though, wasn't it, for Peter Bogan? You can take quite a bit of the curbs in the final chicane here, but those curbs are incredibly rough. I think he's pretty lucky to get away without a mistake there.
Yeah, and with some of these cars, you do have the damage aspect where you can actually damage the aero on these cars and not really notice it at the time, but then all of a sudden maybe you have a little bit less speed down the straights, or you pull into the pits and you find out you actually have some optional repairs, and you go, where'd that come from? And that's exactly where it comes from, is hitting curbs. One other thing to deal with for any of these classes is hitting curbs or getting offline and hitting the bumps, even on the Mulsanne straight. It is really bumpy when you get off the racing line, and these cars can just lose control completely if you whack into the curbs or hit the bumps the wrong way. These cars that have such high downforce, it's like you have all the grip in the world until you don't, and once you don't, it's very hard to bring them back under control.
Reese, you also mentioned too, you damage your floor. That's where a lot of the ground effect aero-wise, the downforce is produced. You look at that giant diffuser on the rear end of that Audi there, and you know that you could definitely tell. Obviously, there's some aero wash you get because a lot of the air does go over the top of the car. But you also, and Kenny, you touched on it too. You hit some of those bumps, and your car is now slower top end wise for the rest of the race. You can't just bolt a new floor onto this car, and these teams spend hours and hours in real life trying to shape the undercarriage of these cars to make sure they're as smooth as possible, and they're the most efficient for generating that downforce at the rear end of the car. So as soon as you put a nick or a scratch or a dent in these underbodies, you start to lose a lot of time, and this happens in racing all over the world. You damage the undercarriage of the car, you're down about 2 to 4 mile an hour on the straightaways, and especially here on the Mulsanne straight, that equates to seconds a lap, and with the amount of laps these cars are doing, 200, 300, 400, 500 in a 24-hour race, it really adds up over time.
Certainly does. The fact that these cars do produce so much of their downforce from that floor makes it incredibly crucial, as that looks like a slow GTE coming out of the Porsche curves. Might have been a bit of an incident for him just a little earlier coming into the Ford chicanes, and might actually be clearing a slowdown, it seems. Yeah. So that's another thing that we have to consider here, is it's Paul Heinisch in the Kart Raceland eSport car, number 46 in 6th in class. The track limits, guys. iRacing worked with the ACO to determine track limits for the virtual version of the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we'll see one of them in action when Heinisch gets to the exit of Tertre Rouge here. You see often in real life the drivers will be abusing the curbs around this circuit. But particularly on the exit of Tertre Rouge, what's this? He's going to go over the curb, he'll go slightly beyond the white line, but as long as you get 2 wheels back onto the tarmac before the end of the curb, it does not count for a slowdown. And we've seen drivers fall victim to that many times here, Kenny, particularly on the exit of the Porsche curves out of Corvette Corner. There's a curb on the exit there. You've got to be very careful to get your 2 wheels back onto the tarmac before the end of the curb, otherwise you're going to lose bulk time.
Yeah, and that corner is specifically very deceiving. It really, it doesn't seem as sharp as it actually is, but you have to, you fly through the Porsche curves, they're nice and flowing, and you're really on the gas. And then you get to that final corner at Corvette, and it's a lot sharper, and you really have to, sometimes you have to do an extra downshift or two, and you really have to whoa it up, but you try to widen your exit as much as possible and use up as much as curb as you can that's legal to keep the momentum down into the final chicane. But that is one of the trickiest and almost an underrated tricky corner there that can not only cause slowdowns but can even cause accidents, because you do have gravel that's not too far away from where the curbs is, which can obviously send cars flying or into the barriers on the outsides or even back across the track.
Hey guys, right now we're looking at the leading GTE car. This is the Bright Esports car, currently being wheeled around by Oliver Wallen. And the car that was running in P2, that Nordic Racing Gold car, unfortunately for him, made some contact there with one of the prototype cars. He was forced to go down pit road. He's lost about 2 laps now to his competitors. He's now one of the drivers fighting for that now P2 overall spot, 45 laps down from the overall leader. For right now, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place, all within the same lap. So right now, the leading car has 2-lap advantage over the rest of the cars in his field at the least.
It looks like the Cube Racing 830, Christoph Matera bringing it into the pits. It seems that there is a black flag once again for that machine. They've been having a lot of trouble with getting it slowed down in time for pit entry and speeding up on pit exit. It's been a very rough race for the Cube Racing Corvette, one of the few Corvette C8s actually in this field, Austin. It does seem like the Porsche is far and away the most popular choice for the GTE class.
Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my brain here as to why not many more people are picking the Corvettes. Personally, every chance I get to drive that Corvette C8 GTE car, I'm nipping at the heels to go ahead and have the opportunity to drive it because it's just so well planted. Obviously, it doesn't sound as good as the old generation of Corvette. That 30 V8 sound is no longer there. Now it being a flat plane crank V8, much more similar to the sound of a Ferrari. But it's still, I mean, it's a Corvette. It's the only American sports car here on the iRacing service, especially here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. So I don't know why many more people aren't picking it, but certainly some of the other cars more attuned to the French countryside.
Fellow Corvette here coming down to Mulsanne corner. It's the Mad Panya Motorsport machine, sister car to the currently 3rd overall running LMP1, Kazuki Haneda at the wheel of this one. He's currently running okay at the moment in this car, still in the top 10 in class and on the same lap as the Witchwood GTE Porsche, which pitted just a lap or so ago, and does seem that there's quite a bit of space between those two. But at the same time, still a very long race, still 7.5 hours to go here.
Yeah, for certain. And in the LMP2 battle, it's still the BRT number 48 car still ahead. And at this point in the cycle, you see on the leaderboard, he's not quite one full lap ahead of the 35 SRB Esports team. The SRB team's done a pretty good job kind of working their way up kind of through the field and up into 2nd place and just kind of riding around in their own space at this point. And the rest of the field in that class being at least 1 lap down. It'll be interesting to see with the pit strategy how things kind of shake out at the end of this deal. But BRT has seemed pretty well dominant in this stage of the race, and it looks like, guys, I would say that the sun is now completely up. It doesn't really look like a sunrise anymore. It's pretty well clear, and track temp slowly increasing, still only 66 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have to remember, too, that track temperature that iRacing is giving us, obviously, ever since, I think, about 2 or 3 years ago, one of the updates that they added kind of made sure that it wasn't just an average track temperature everywhere. Obviously, the one it gives you is average of the whole track, but certain corners are going to be hotter than others, especially the ones we see on the camera right now. Then you go down the straightaway, and Kenny, you mentioned it, some of these corners are shaded. You get that flashing effect from the shadows off the trees, and you'll see some of the areas of the track you can still push because the track temperature in that corner might still only be about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, but some of the other places on the track getting quite a bit hotter.
Yeah, for sure. You actually, we might have a GTE car with a problem.
Yeah, Aubrey Kundal, that's the wrong stuff Ferrari. Looks like they just got it a little bit wrong there going into, I believe, the Daytona chicane race.
Yeah, no, it looks like he just lost it under braking. The rear just got loose on him. He did have a car behind him, Christian Glomsetter for the Crips Racing crew. But yeah, just getting over the curb on the entry to the chicane just got a little loose. And these chicanes are a very difficult part of the track. You know, they seem pretty easy from the outside. Oh, you know, it's just a right, left, and then a left, left, whatever. But the fact that you're braking from such a high speed and there's such a quick entry into these chicanes as well, you've got to have your brake bias dialed in, Austin. Otherwise, the rear is just going to go on you before you even have a chance to get into the corner.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say the brake bias, that's one part of the equation, and some of these guys might be changing the brake bias as you go around the track corner by corner. In one area, you might be 2 clicks up, and in another corner, you might be 2 or 3, 4 even clicks down on that brake bias. But because these cars need to be so trimmed out here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, you know, much the lap is a wide open throttle, you want to trim them down to be as fast through the air as possible. That means you're going to have less and less downforce grip when you steer the car into the corners. It needs to be on edge every single corner. That's your job as a race car driver, and that's what the engineers and the guys that make these setups for these cars try to tune the car to, is the fastest in a straight line and the fastest in some of these corners. And that makes it awfully challenging when you go into those high-speed corners, especially as you're slowing down, doing the steering input. You get that weight transfer going on to either side of the car too.
That you do. I'll have a look at the sun there from the perspective of one of our LMP2 runners. It's amazing to see how much speed they carry through this opening section of the lap, and Tetra Rouge incredible there. That's our LMP2 leader, Christopher D'Aquino. I've just seen also, Kenny, there's been a big issue for the SimStickers Racing entry. Bart Daleman, he went a bit too far over the curbs coming into the final chicanes, and he actually got airborne, resulted in contact with the wall, and I think the number 36 might be dealing with some floor damage now.
Oh yeah, wow, his rear end actually popped way up in the air, and we talked about how hazardous those curbs can be if you end up traveling over top of them, and sometimes you might enter a corner just too hot, which seems to be the issue. We got a replay up here. See, goes into the final chicane. Oh, might have actually gotten a little bit of grass there. And oh, we missed it on camera there, the part where he actually popped up in the air. Here we go, we'll see it here. And a little bit of damage to the front end of that car as well. As you take a look, and bang, you see that. It looks like nothing up until he just pops right up in the air. And yeah, you may have some floor damage, but the one good thing about these LMP2 cars is, one, they're really tough, and two, usually when you do get the full repairs done, a lot of times these cars are actually completely fully repaired. In Austin, you being GTE, that's usually not the case when you go and repair a GTE car.
No, it certainly isn't. In those LMP2 machines, if you damage either end of the vehicle, you just kind of pop the one clip off, put a new one on. But in the GTE cars, in real life, you might have the opportunity to do that, especially in the GT3 series. Occasionally, you'll replace a fascia, but definitely not the case in these GT3 cars. If you damage the wing, that's it. You're not getting another. You damage the rear end, that's it. You're not getting another. You damage the front end, maybe you knock a hole into it, or you dent that thing up pretty bad because you rear end another car, that's it. You're not getting another one. So very much more fragile from that standpoint, because you can't just bolt any new pieces onto this car. You get what you got.
Yeah, yet another reason to keep it nice and clean out there on track. Looks like there's been a driver change for the Adamo Virtual Motorsport entry, the 19 LMP2. Dane Armstrong has given the car to Paul Taylor, and they're currently taking tyres down there in the pits. It also looks like the asymmetric P1 in 4th place overall has made their way in. Andrew J.S. Thomas coming into the pits, and waiting to see if there's going to be a driver change for these guys. Oh yes, there is going to be a driver change. So Thomas is going to lend the car to Yaz Samai, Yaz, from what I can see, has not been in the car yet. So a brand new driver now into the number 29 in 4th place. That is going to be an interesting one. But we check back in here with our with our GTE runners here. The Team Radline car currently running in second place. 2 laps down currently on the class leader, Austin, but tell you what, they're in a really good position at the moment. The SAS green car is quite a few quarters back from these guys.
Yeah, talking about quite a few. It is definitely closer to them catching up to the rear end of them than it is vice versa. And I mean, this car, I've been watching them for the longest time here. You can see that's the Ferrari just off in the distance. That's not even the one they're racing for position. That's another Ferrari. Currently not even on the same lap as them. They've just been increasing their lead to that third place car now. They haven't been catching the leader too fast. The leader just completely gone. This is that SAS green Ferrari we were talking about. You can see obviously the gap right now about 10 seconds or so. Pretty good gap though, not not huge, but definitely nothing to scoff at too. Definitely gives either of these drivers some of their own breathing room per se.
Yeah, plenty of breathing room in the GTE class at the moment, but there's still quite a few drivers on the same lap. The Nordic Racing Gold car that we checked in on before after their unfortunate run of damage. Oh, a shunt?
Oh, no, I was just saying, yeah, they're shunted to the outside wall there after the contact with the P2.
Yes, indeed. They were the car involved in that incident. Well, Soren Broby has taken over that car and is currently running in 4th place in the GTE class and working himself out nicely. He's got a good gap in front and behind. Well, actually not behind, because I can see, Austin, the Australia-wide racing blue BMW is starting to catch up to them.
Yeah, slowly but surely they've been gaining time ever so slightly. I've had my eye on this this battle shaping up here for the longest while, and we're going to see just how well he can kind of navigate this traffic behind him, because, depending on what this car does here, Soren Broby, he could obviously lose a handful of time. Luckily for him, both those prototypes going to pass him down the straightaway. That was the best case scenario for that car, but you can see that BMW getting larger and larger in the rear view mirror. And down these straightaways, there's so much of a draft to be had in that slipstream, giving him a huge amount of time to make up, especially once you get past that 2-second barrier, Kenny.
Yeah, and Austin, actually, I want to ask you another question here. With GTEs, with so many different manufacturers participating, we have a lot of parity as far as the different cars out there. You have Porsches that are leading, Ferraris behind, and then a BMW also coming into the mix. All these cars will obviously have their strengths and their weaknesses in different areas of the track, and that's really. But then in the end, they all end up being capable of about the same lap time, and that's what to me is so interesting, seeing all the very different race cars that all end up being on pretty equal footing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, each and every time the IMSA series, say, goes to the Daytona 24 hours, the Porsches were always pretty weak. I remember one time Calvin Finch saying that the Porsches really struggled on those high-speed corners, and of course that's mostly what the high banks of Daytona are when you get to the 24-hour race there. The BMW is pretty good, per se, at those high-speed corners, so when you come to a place like the Circuit de la Sarthe, it's going to be really good. And for the most part, up until a patch or two ago, small little update, the Ferrari had the biggest straight line speed out of any car, and usually even when I was driving the Corvette C8 GTE car, I could catch the Ferrari and outperform them in the corners, but you get to the straightaway, and even if I could get a run coming out of the corner, by the end of that straightaway, the Ferrari had just kind of blown my doors off and re-cleared themselves. So it really is difficult, but each of the cars, like you mentioned, has their own strengths and weaknesses that, of course, allows them to be so close at the end of a lap.
Yeah, definitely very good balance of performance in terms of the GTE class. It ebbs and flows over the course of time, through patches, through changes to the tire model, etc., as new cars are introduced as well. But I think the GTE balance of performance is in a pretty good place at the moment. Of course, drivers will still have their preferred cars because, you have those differences. in terms of engine layout. You know, the BMW being front-engined, the Ferrari and the Corvette being mid-engined, the Porsche with the engine slightly more to the rear, but that's an interesting element actually to the 911 RSR. When it was introduced back in the late 2010s, it was actually considered quite a big change for Porsche, because usually they run cars with the engine out past the rear axle. But the RSR, controversially, having that flat six engine move forward a little to make a bit more room for the diffuser, Austin.
Yeah, especially too. I mean, I myself, big fan of Chevrolet, so I'm going to choose the Corvette each and every time. It doesn't matter, you know, which car is the fastest on a particular track. I'm going to choose the Corvette every time, and the same goes for sometimes just the sounds of the cars. There is no Chevrolet for the GT3 category, so I'll go ahead and pick the Mercedes because it's got that throaty V8 sound that all car guys love, and that's usually what it comes down to. Is just if you don't have a certain affiliation with any car, one driver might just choose what's fastest. But yeah, I'm so glad you talked about how controversial that move was for Porsche to go ahead and just barely readjust where the engine was, because for a lot of people, you know, stuck in their ways, they're always going to say that. And I know a lot of people, it's also controversial for the Corvette guys to move the engine from the front of the car to the middle of the car. A lot of people thought, you know, what makes a Corvette is having the engine at the front. And similarly, when they switched to the C6R to the C7R, especially the street model, you went from having the 4 taillights at the rear end of the car, always circular. That was a big thing that Corvettes always had, always the circular taillights, always having 4 of them. You go to the C7, and now they're kind of outlined a bit more polygonal shaped, and the C8 continues that to this day. So, you know, kind of ditching the social norms of what people expect, because at low speeds especially, you're not always power limited, you're traction limited. So why not shift the engine back and really push the boundaries of what a racing car or a street car can be?
Yeah, time and tastes march on as we get more action on pit road. It looks like the Paglia Motorsport LMP1 with Shusei Seki is in the pits. We've also got the LMP2 top 2 in there as well. 13th and 14th in P2 as well in the RaceGetter.de and SimStickers Racing machines in the lane there at the end of their stints. Looking like we should expect the Team Spirit Racing car P2 overall to come in at the end of this lap, which they are rapidly approaching, just coming into the Porsche curves. Again, they're a little bit offset in terms of strategy here versus the Not In Vain racing car, and timing tells me that it's expected about 114 laps worth of racing to go for our overall leader. So that raises a few questions as to whether or not any of these cars might have to make a splash and dash towards the end. You can't help but think, like 110 laps, that is 10 stints in an LMP1 car as the Team Spirit car comes in. But looks to me like, as things stand, both of our top 2 cars are going to have to come in for a splash probably in the last 10 to 15 minutes of this race. So there's a lot of intrigue to come here.
But especially, I mean, that can change if we get a single caution, Kenny.
Yeah, definitely can. And, you know, obviously under caution laps, drivers will be able to save fuel and will pit potentially in the middle of what their current pit cycle is. So that could kind of reset things, could put some drivers in a better spot in their pit strategy and could put other drivers in a worse spot. But Reese, when it comes to the LMP1 cars, is there anything that can kind of help you in the driver's seat be able to save a little bit of fuel? Granted, obviously it's a huge track that we're at here at Circuit de la Sarthe, but is there something that you could that can help you, you know, eke out that last kind of half a lap that you might need?
Aside from lifting and coasting, not much, because you do have the ability to change engine maps on the P1 cars, as you do with any car in this field. But if you're running at anything other than full chat, it's not really a good idea in the sim world, and you really only put it onto the leanest fuel map when you're under safety car conditions. So I think really all you can do is lift and coast, and I guess get lucky with traffic in a sense, because say, you know, if you're running short on fuel and you're coming up to some traffic coming into the Porsche curves, well, you can take the liberty of lifting off and just letting the cars in front of you continue on their way, pass them on the exit, and you would have saved an extra few milliliters of fuel.
Was looking at the LMP2 cars, a few of the leaders, including BRT, came in and made a pit stop, and they actually made a driver change. It's Wayne Drury is now taken over. Christopher D'Aquino put in some really good time, and it looks like Wayne Drury was last in the car at about lap 157, so a little over 100 laps ago that he was in the car, and he will put down some nice laps in the lead. Again, a pretty comfortable lead in LMP2 for that 48 car.
And it looks like both first and third taking tyres in the P2 car. It looks like the Element SimRacing car is going to come in presently. It does, and it's going to join our overall leader in the lane. So, Peter Bogan, he has been in the car for a very long time. Will he finally hand the reins over to another driver here in the pits? Coming all the way up to the end of the lane. I gotta say, the Not In Vain Racing orange car has had a brilliant race. Remember, they started 11th on the grid here in Split 4, so that was towards the back of the LMP1 class. It looks like there is going to be a driver change happening for these guys. Mark Gomez finally getting back into the car after his single stint early on, so they are well on the way to solving that driver fair share dilemma that we touched on earlier.
Yeah, Reese, we touched on that fair share dilemma earlier, and I just want to point out too, they were the last car up in the P1 class to qualify, the team that's currently in the lead of the race overall, the Not In Vain Racing Orange. They qualified 11th, like you mentioned. The very first P2 car qualified 12th, so they're looking to make this a last to first challenge.
Indeed they are. They're doing very well at it, as well as the second place overall car comes across the line with Jerome Lehang putting in as good times as he possibly can after his pit stop, but it is still a 9.8 second, 9.9 second lead that Mark Gomez has over Mr. Lehang here, who we take a look at. So a little bit of time made up for Team Spirit Racing thanks to the driver change for the 440. But still a nice comfortable lead for Mark Gomez as he gets used to the car once more. Looks like there's been problems for the quality control racing car meanwhile, Kenny. Something has gone very wrong there. They are falling down the order. Richard Watkins having to tow back to the pits. We're going to have to take a bit of a look at that, I gather.
Yeah, so that was an internet connection issue. So Zoltan Vona was driving in there, and he has lost connection. So the tow is to bring Richard Watkins back into that vehicle. And remember, he was the last driver who was in right before Zoltan, and Zoltan put down 12 laps or so, didn't seem to really have any problems, but now there you go, you see that car leaving the pits once again, and Watkins getting back into the car, and who knows, this might, I mean, obviously this was unplanned, but Richard might have just been kind of hanging out thinking, well, I don't have to drive for a while, and now he's got to get back into this race car, and maybe won't have Zoltan to use as a teammate the rest of this race, who knows. But Austin, this is kind of one of the deals that happens in these endurance races with computer problems, internet problems. A lot of things can happen, and sometimes a driver has to kind of step in emergency relief in order to keep the race going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one thing that the drivers in real life don't have to deal with, is all these connectivity problems, or sometimes a computer just not working, or even, heaven forbid, a real life accident where maybe you need to take your kid to the hospital or drive him to school or something like that. Anything can and will happen, and fortunately for us, we don't have to worry about any mechanical failures like a wheel bearing going bad or maybe an engine dropping a cylinder. But on the flip side is all that stuff we have to worry about, that the real drivers don't have to, whether it's other commitments for family or just your computer lagging or something along those lines. So it is a very difficult thing to deal with.
Yeah, shame for the quality control racing crew, but as we saw, they did re-emerge onto the racetrack and they still hold on to 7th place in LMP2. Unfortunate for them, but they are still on the same lap as Element Sim Racing and Nemesis Sim Racing, so depending on how the race goes here for the number 65, they might still be able to get a top 5 finish. Still 7 hours to go here in the Majors 24. And looking forward to seeing how the rest of this race pans out for all of these drivers. Who's coming up on a pit stop here? It looks to me like most of the LMP2 class is safe for the next half a stint. Does seem like the one furthest in their stint at the moment is the Simpact Noises car with Hasaruma at the wheel in 12th place in class. But I do see that the Team Radline machine is in the pits, Austin. Looks like John McHutchison is in the car.
Yeah, that's right. It had been a while since this team had their last pit stop, especially their last driver change. You know, obviously the 40-lap kind of double stint deal that we're used to here at the Circuit de la Star. So just seeing the driver change, fresh driver, fresh tires, more fuel in that car. So now we're going to see what John can do.
We are indeed. I'm really sorry. I think I made a bit of an error there. It looks like McHutchison has already been in the car for a stint there. He's completed 13 laps in that 911 RSR so far, but he's kept things nice and consistent, actually running some quite good times there. His fastest lap in that stint was the fastest lap for the car in the entire race, 3-minute 47.589. So Team Radline looking good there, and they come out just behind the overall leader by 2 laps there. Oliver Wallen still in the Bright Esports car leading GTE.
Yeah, doing a great job. That Bright Esports car has been pretty much flawless after we saw those two kind of lazy spins earlier on in the race. And you say, you know, the leader in this class up by 2 laps. So obviously not a whole lot that either of these drivers can do. It's for the most part just kind of put in whatever lap time you're capable of. And everything from there is going to sort itself out. But this Team Radline car has been pulling away from the SAS green machine, the Ferrari just behind them. And then you got the Nordic Racing gold car. And then the Australia-wide Racing blue car. They're all in the same lap, so definitely things going to hot up later in the race.
Nice consistent running going on here in the GT class. So our first and second cars in class running in line, but of course separated by 2 laps and having to make way for an LMP2 pair, Digital Spirit DS Racing and Nemesis Racing, running 19th and 11th overall respectively. Looks like a very good slipstream there for the number 14 of Dmitry Klopov, but unfortunately not able to make his way past Digital Spirit DS Racing, and they're going to have to wait until the exit of the chicane for that to happen. So anything else that we can take a look at here out on the circuit? It seems that everyone is in the middle of their stints at the moment. Majority of the pit cycle has been completed, but potentially we can expect a pit stop within the next lap for the LMP2 727. Down 6 positions for Hasaruma in that Simpact Noises car that I mentioned a little earlier. We can also expect potentially, I'm just seeing the Kart Raceland Esport GTE making its way into the pit lane from 30th overall and 6th in class. So Paul Heinisch, who's been at the wheel there for a while, bringing it in. We'll see if there's going to be a driver change in that number 46, who is, before we went live here, had an issue, contact with an LMP2 car, and we also saw him getting a slowdown a little earlier as well. So looks like Heinisch staying in the car there, but for now looks like, Kenny, in the LMP2 class, things have stabilized somewhat. We're not seeing any super close battles, but still we have God, how many is that? Like 6 cars, 9th all the way down to 14th, all on the same lap. So there's still plenty to be said about the LMP2 battles here.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing to note as well, you have kind of the same deal going on from third down to eighth, where all of them are basically one lap behind the class leader. So if the class leader has any problems, which we still have 7 hours or so left to go in this event, the class leader, the 48 car, has a major issue of some sort, that will bring this race for LMP2 into a really close battle, and really the 35 car would regain or gain that lead, but wouldn't be terribly far ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field at that point. So it's kind of one of those things where you just want to make sure as the class leader you don't ever get too comfortable, because anything can happen. Still a long ways to go, and you think about those leaders, anything can happen and can really bring the rest of the class up to them. So long way to go here, but Reese, why don't we have a little bit of an update on how the standings are at this point?
Well, top 5 in the LMP1 class still running here. Not in vain Racing Orange leads from Team Spirit Racing by 9 seconds. It's another 2 laps down once again to GOD Panya Motorsport with Asymmetric P1 5 laps down, and the Pro Drive Esport Team LMP1 still running 17 laps down. Those are all of your LMP1 cars still running. Kenny, how about LMP2?
So again, like I just spoke a few minutes ago, the BRT number 48 car still leading in class by nearly a full lap over the SRB Esports team, the number 35, and they are the only 2 cars on the lead lap in class. SRN Motorsports in the number 2, they have gotten up to the final podium spot at the moment, with the Eclipse Racing Team Blue number 124 in 4th place, and then in 5th place is the Element SimRacing car. That's the car that's been pushing the limits on fuel, going 1 lap further than most in this class, and they continue to run in 5th place at the moment. And Austin, how is GTE coming along?
Yeah, GTE still largely the same as it was the last time we ran through the order. Bright Esports Porsche, that blue car, number 487, still on point, still 2 laps ahead of their closest competition. That's the SAS Green Ferrari in the number 42 machine. Rounding out the podium thus far in the race, it's the 69 car, Team Radline, having a really nice day here. And then it's the 13 car, the Nordic Racing Gold car, currently in the 4th position. Rounding out the top 5 is the Australia Wide Racing Blue car.
We've got 1 more hour of coverage of Split 4 of the Majors 24 coming up for you very shortly. It's going to be a very interesting conclusion to this race. Stay with us here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hello once again, Reese Gardner, Austin Belke and Kenny Kibbe with you to bring you the final hour of coverage for Split 4 here at the Majors 24 around the Circuit de la Sarthe. It is definitely well into the morning hours now, just coming up to 8:20 in the morning virtual standard time with just under 7 hours to go in the race. The track temperature staying pretty stable at about 19 degrees Celsius, 67 Fahrenheit. It's roughly up to where it was when we started our broadcast 3 hours ago. And oh dear, once again, cars navigating each other through the Porsche curves. It is always heart-in-mouth stuff. Well, the lead has diminished a little bit overall between Not in Vain and Team Spirit. It's now down to about 8.4, 8.5 seconds. A little bit of time gained for Jerome Lehang in his hot pursuit of Marc Gomez, who has put himself back into the 440 here as he comes into the Daytona chicane. And it's been a very consistent run from Marc Gomez. But moving down to the LMP2 class, Kenny, looks like it's still a whole lap's lead for the BRT team with Wayne Drury taking over that car, but it looks like they're a little bit different, the top two, in terms of pit strategy. Something has happened there.
Yeah, so they're one lap apart, the BRT team and then the SRB Esports team. They ran one lap, or they're one lap further into their stint at this point. So I'm not exactly sure when that split happened, but also on the same note, SRN Motorsports, who are in third place right now, I expect them to be coming in for their pit stop. You see them on screen now. I expect them to come in for their pit stop this time by. You see they have a little bit of help there. That's from another car not on the same lap as them. That's Daniel Abelman from the Team RaceGetter.de team. And also we saw last time by there was a pit stop from the Chicane Online Racing Red team. They came in. That was Niels Kor in the car, who gave way to Ingmar Hamburg driving that car now. So the LMP2 cars are really kind of spreading out their pit strategies. There's only kind of 2 to maybe 3 cars within the class that are pitting on the same lap at this point. So kind of making the strategy a little bit less predictable, especially if we end up throwing a caution in moving forward. But Austin, how's the GTE stuff going?
Yeah, GTE still largely the same. Kenny Bright Esports Blue Porsche still leads the way. Currently, though, the gap only now 1 lap over the Team Radline, that pink Porsche you can see on your screen right here, and they have an additional lap lead over the other cars now fighting for the podium. Currently the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars, all 1 lap behind the 2nd place car. So that being the Nordic Racing Gold car, they're in 3rd. SAS Green, the Ferrari number 42 machine, that's currently running in the 4th position. Rounding out the top 5 is still the Australia-wide Racing Blue BMW, that being the number 305 car. So still largely the same, but again, these gaps getting closer and closer towards the end of this race, Reese.
Yep, very close indeed in the GTE class, and especially close in LMP2, because 16th and 17th in class just traded places. Looks like the Scuderia Fermata Elevamente car past JE Motorsport Team Sky Blue, 45 and 26 trading places there, and they're a lap apart on pit strategy as well. They've been making their way through on traffic. It looks like another pitter meanwhile elsewhere on track. The number 2 SRN Motorsports pitting from 3rd place in class. Daniel Grolty going to bring it into the pit lane at the end of his 10th lap there on that stint. And doesn't look like he's going to be in much danger here of losing that 3rd place, because the Eclipse Racing Team Blue car, well, actually, just as I say that, timing deceived me a little bit. Eclipse Racing Team Blue moves into 3rd, but again, they're a few laps off in terms of strategy, Kenny, the SRN Motorsports crew. Don't forget that off the top of our broadcast, they had to deal with a huge black flag, so that's put them way off on strategy for the rest of the LMP2s.
Yeah, they, for a little while, they essentially had almost a full lap lead on the field, and then basically had to give that up and almost go a full lap behind. So you see there was a pit stop right there for Gralty. Gralty will stay in that car and will continue on. I believe this will be his third stint or so in a row in that car. He's put down some solid laps thus far, but yeah, that was kind of an interesting deal right at the beginning of our broadcast where we had a caution. We haven't had one since. And again, cautions are determined by an incident point cap that the admins control, but we don't know when that cap is going to be reached or how large that cap may be. And Reese, you said earlier too that there's a limit of 5 cautions during this race, and we will not see one within the last 30 minutes to kind of prevent from anything too crazy from happening at the end of this. But if we do see a caution, I expect things to kind of be leveled out once again, and some drivers may be able to catch back up to the lead, but it's really spread out at this point in all 3 classes for the most part, and has kind of just led to drivers just trying to log laps. And but we're getting to that point in the race where you're getting down towards the end, and it's just really mentally taxing for these teams to continue to push. It's like you're, figuratively hitting a wall, and you just have to keep pushing, keep continuing, and try to get to the end.
Yeah, it's these last couple of phases of the race that really become taxing for most of the drivers, but the teams still running will have at least one thing to add to their silver linings. They have made it through the night. That's usually the big filter, Austin, is how many cars are still left running when the sun rises.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, Reese, and folks at home, and Ken, you can attest to this too. Usually when the sun sets, and this is any kind of 24-hour race, when the sun sets, there's still a lot of hope, a lot of possibilities for probably about 90% of the cars in the affair going at that point, and everybody's looking forward to what the nighttime is going to bring. It's obviously very relaxing. A lot of people kind of do fight for those late evening, early morning stints because you get to ride around probably all by yourself and in the nighttime. But of course, when it does become nighttime, a lot of drivers start to get tired. That means you start making some more and more mistakes. We've seen those mistakes happening countless times, even from our GTE leader here. Seen a lot of those, whether it be from the LMP1 car, the LMP2 car, pretty much all the way up and down the field. And so when it then becomes the morning time, you start to look around because that's when everyone gets back on the service. You wake up, the first thing that always goes through my mind is, I better look at the car and see where we're running. So you log into iRacing, you get the session all loaded up, it starts to give you the lap times, and you start to see just how many cars, maybe your own, have fallen by the wayside. So the nighttime is the right time for a lot of cars to kind of be knocked out of contention.
And one, I guess, benefit to this being sim racing instead of in the real life racing world. Obviously, in real life racing, drivers are all kind of in the same boat as far as time zones and whatnot. So everybody has to kind of alter their sleep schedule in order to have drivers get in the car and make this 24-hour race. But in the sim world, you may potentially have cases where you have an international driver lineup, or at least a lineup where drivers are living in different time zones, and it may be a little more comfortable for one driver to drive what would be, maybe for me, would be the graveyard shift, but for somebody else might be just in the middle of the day, so it wouldn't be so bad. I've personally only driven on teams that have had either Eastern or Central American time zones, but I know it does happen where teams have a lot of international flavor, and it actually can play out as an advantage.
Yeah, being a big sim racing team with drivers from multiple countries can certainly be a big advantage to have in a race like this. Have everyone in their tip-top shape. as we check out the number 77 Element SimRacing LMP2 as it makes its way around the circuit. It looks like someone had a little bit of an off just then at the second of the Mulsanne chicanes, and I think the car might have towed back to pit lane. I can't see anything on my timing that suggests what car it might be.
It was the 170 car. It was a Porsche, Aiden Rifai. That's way down the order. They're 14th in class, but they had some hefty suspension damage, and they actually smacked the left side Armco barrier, and then just kind of see him out of control. I think he already has damage, and to be honest, this is kind of a smart thing to do. I mean, the damage to begin with, not necessarily, but to keep the car pinned to the wall and then just drive it down to the end in tow was probably the smartest thing he could have done.
Yeah, so wow, obviously the car, already looking a little bit unstable on the way in there, and wow, he goes into one wall, hits the other one, the car just ping-pongs back and forth, and that's the GTE class leader just behind them. So I think that was a little bit of a lucky escape there for Oliver Wallen in the bright esports car. Good thing that happened far up enough ahead of him that he had time to react and didn't get involved, but yeah, very unfortunate there for the Prestanda Nomad number 170 machine. Aiden Rifai will have to spend quite a bit of time not only getting the tow done, but also getting damage repaired as well. So checking back in then with our class leader here in the GTE class, Austin. Seems that Wallen he's been in that car for quite some time now, to the tune of, rough estimation, I think about 3 stints now of about 13 laps each. So I think they might be just about due for another driver change here, considering that Alexander Weigert was in that car for only 1 stint before giving it to Oliver, though Alexander has already driven quite a bit of this race. So maybe we can expect either Alexander Olsen or Daniel Blomqvist back in that machine.
Yeah, I believe Daniel Blomqvist is set to get back in the car, but definitely I think Oliver is kind of probably dying to get out of this car. He's been in here for 3 stints, like you mentioned. And this car, I tell you what, Oliver's been rock solid the entirety of the time he's been in the car. You can see, still hitting all of his marks. That car looking just as clean as it was when he got into it. And guys, I'll tell you, during the night, this car looked like it was pretty evil. You saw, I believe it was Olsen in the car, and he was having a little bit of problems trying to coerce this car around the track for the longest part. So very luckily for these guys that Oliver has this thing back under control, and he's been doing a phenomenal job just minding his P's and Q's. He's been keeping up with that 2-lap lead over his closest competition. So these guys doing just a fantastic job.
That they are. And Kenny, maybe you can illuminate us a little bit here. One of the things you have to consider in endurance racing, especially through day and night conditions, is setting up your car right, because car behavior changes quite a bit when the track cools down.
It definitely does, and some teams will build the car setup to be more conducive to one condition as opposed to the other, and also throughout with all this time being passed through this race, you also have to deal with rubber buildup too. So it's kind of a tug of war. Do you want a car that's going to have kind of a tighter feel, will deal with kind of a greasier condition much better, or do you want a car that will be freer during the day when the track is hot, but then when the temperature drops and will maybe tighten up a bit, that it would be a little more balanced. One thing is for sure that the track temp is going up here in France, but it's still pretty darn cool, and I've never, this entire race, I've not seen the track temp go above mid-upper 80s. You go to places like Daytona or Sebring, track temp gets above 100 degrees, 120 degrees, and can make it a real challenge. So hopefully, for the sake of these drivers, hopefully they built their cars for more of a cooler condition. But certainly, regardless of the weather, the track conditions will be changing quite often.
That they will. That was trade of track position between the leaders of the LMP1 and GTE classes respectively. It's still Mark Gomez strutting his stuff out there. He's extended the gap over Team Spirit Racing in P2. It looks like that's a driver change meanwhile for one of our was that one of our GTE cars, I believe, Gilles Sounier, making his way into the Cube Racing 830 machine, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, you know, you look all the way up and down the field, and you're going to have different kind of situations for all these cars throughout the entirety of the race. And you can see, obviously, now looking at the driver of the 41 car here, obviously this being the LMP1 car, just having to kind of manage his way through the traffic here. And guys, you look at all sorts of the different strategery you got going on in this race, and it's kind of all over the board, and you really have to pick through and determine, you know, what car is doing what at all sorts of different times.
Well, that's really specifically happening in LMP2. Actually just had a pit stop. Wayne Drury is exiting the pits right now, the class leading LMP2 car. This will be his second consecutive stint in that car, and like I said before, with the LMP2 class, it's really been kind of spread out. I've been seeing 1 to 2 cars pitting the last couple laps now. The Eclipse SimRacing team, they are in the pits at the moment, and also we'll see a few other cars coming in this time by, such as the Nemesis Racing team, and I think the Quality Control Racing team, remember, they were pretty competitive earlier. They should be coming in for a stop as well. So it's been pretty spread out, but kind of, it's almost like consecutive, back to back to back, we're seeing prototype cars pitting.
In particular, the Team Spirit Racing and Panya Motorsport cars in second and third overall. Jerome Lehang, once again, 11 laps completed as Mark Gomez continues to make his way around in the Audi. He'll pit at the end of this lap himself. Now, is this going to be a tyre change for Team Spirit Racing is the big question. Panya Motorsport gets going, 36.9 seconds stopped, 22.6 seconds is the stop for the Team Spirit Racing car, so no tyres for them. So now, as Gomez makes his way down the Mulsanne Straight, his closest rival, making his way through the Dunlop chicane now, we'll be hoping that this next pit stop is one that is to his liking. It's amazing how much speed the LMP1 cars carry through those chicanes. You know, these cars definitely built for straight line speed around Le Mans, around the Circuit de la Sarthe, but I've got to say, making their way through the slower corners is definitely it's a real wonder, seeing just how much speed they can carry through the apexes of these corners. You put an LMP1 versus a GTE, and tell you what, Austin, it really shows the pace difference between these classes.
It is incredible. I've been watching the GT3 battle for the majority of the time we've been in the session here, and then every once in a while I'll look over at the broadcast and we're following an LMP1 car, and to see that the speeds these guys are carrying through these corners, it's kind of just jaw-dropping, because, you know, you can see they're coming through the corner at probably, you know, I'm not going to say double the speed, but it's practically really close to it, because these guys are flying around here. I mean, even the LMP2s are quite a bit faster around an entire lap, but even down the straightaway, these LMP1 cars are flying. You look at this Corvette GTE car just ahead of the current LMP1. This is the overall leader, by the way, that 440. Not in vain Racing Orange Machine. Look at it. He just passed that Corvette GTE car on the outside going to the corner, and then has the inside immediately, not even thinking about what to do with this car. Just tons and tons of grip, maximum attack the entire race, and obviously he's got this car right on the limit of grip.
Right on the limit indeed, as he comes up to come into the pit lane. Doesn't have to back out of it too much with the LMP2 in front of him, but slow down as late as you possibly can here for the pit entry line, which comes up a little bit earlier than you expect here at Le Mans. You see the clock there showing you just how much time is left in this race, just over 6.5 hours. So how is this pit stop going to go for the Not In Vain Racing orange machine? 54.2 seconds cone to cone for the Team Spirit Racing entry. We've also got the Element Sim Racing LMP2 there just completing their pit stop. Jan Volmers making his way through. 33.7 seconds for him. No tyres taken there. And that's going to promote the SRN Motorsports car back into third overall. But there's still a bit of difference in terms of laps, 4 laps to be exact, between those two. And it looks like a reasonable stop for Not In Vain Racing. Actually a little bit faster in the box than Team Spirit Racing, but a little bit slower cone to cone to the tune of about a second. So as they come out of the pit lane, that is going to reduce the gap down back to about 20-something seconds between those two, 16.7 to be exact. So the gap still remaining stable between these two LMP1 cars. You might think that that means it's a boring race, but really it isn't, Kenny. Those two drivers are giving it their absolute all here to try and keep that gap up and secure themselves what they hope to be a victory in 6 hours' time.
Yeah, they for sure are, and they're really, all these teams are trying to play out the strategy that they are playing to the best of their ability. I do want to note on the LMP2 side, remember the Quality Control Racing number 65 team that had a disconnect from one of their drivers, Zoltan Vona. Well, they are in the pits right now. They actually, on my telemetry anyways, appear to have gone 2 extra laps further than what I've seen from the past leaders. Now, they are also at the same time putting Zoltan back into that race car, and he's actually leaving the pits right now. So the number 65 car, we will see. Hopefully for Vona, he maintains a stable connection and is able to gain as many places as he can, because I think there's real potential for the 65 car to, definitely fight for a top 5, maybe even a podium if they can just keep a steady connection here.
Well, I did just see that on the pit exit, Dmitry Wojtasevich in the Nemesis racing car passed them 4 positions, so very close between the 14 and the 65, and they've only got a lap separating them now in terms of pit strategy, so definitely a top 6 is on the cards, at least for Quality Control Racing. As they make their way down the Mulsanne Straight, this pack of LMP2s passing one of the few Corvettes in this field as Paul Taylor makes the move there on Takuya Narita in the Corvette. There's a car spun there at the chicane. That is Billy Stevenson in the Simrigs.com DPR number 13, an Australian team, that one, and unfortunately it seems they have run into some issues there. It looks to me like they just lost it coming into the corner on their own.
Yeah, so easy to do that here. And like we talked about earlier, these cars are so trimmed out to go fast down the straightaway. It's kind of maybe a second thought about what you can do with these cars going into the corner. So super easy to lose the rear ends of these machines, especially when you've already got damage on the rear end of the cars. You're practically running around with 80% of the downforce you're used to. So if you haven't been in the car for a while, or maybe you just get a little bit tired or fatigued in the race car, you start to form up those old habits that you have from practicing these cars. Because Reese, Kenny, you guys can attest to this. You're out here practicing probably about 100 laps a week for at least about 2 or 3 weeks before these events.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do build into a kind of a rhythm or what you would expect, and other outside factors can kind of affect that. And I know all 3 of us have probably driven race cars that have not handled the way we'd expected, either based on the weather or even worse, based on damage, and that can definitely cause a hindrance. And sometimes it's just a chore just to make it to the finish, but we're getting to that point of the race where these teams have made it this far, and it's quite an accomplishment to finish any kind of 24-hour race. So these teams are going to try their best to soldier on and make it to that finish, because let's be honest, just finishing one of these things is kind of a victory in itself.
Definitely in agreement with you there as we check out Oliver Wallen still sticking it out here in the Bright Esports picked last team leader of the GTE class, and they are having a very successful race here. They are almost 2 laps ahead of the next running car in class, the Team Radline machine of John McHutchison. And it seems that Wallen is about halfway through this stint currently. Despite carrying a little bit of damage to that left front, that car is still looking mighty quick. They've been running lap times around the 3-minute 48 to 3-minute 50 bracket. But we should be expecting pit stops coming soon for a couple of cars. The 49 Motorsports Maroon machine down in 10th place in GTE, as well as the Mixtura Motorsport, the car behind them, for position. And Australia Wide Racing Blue probably has a pit stop on the cards in the next few laps, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a number of laps since that BMW is down on pit road. You look at the lap time, you know, Sean Anton McLaughlin has been in the car for the longest time. He was last on pit road at about lap 252, so he should be making his next scheduled pit stop within the next 2 or 3 laps here. So yeah, definitely time for him to come down pit road, and probably time for a driver change. Sean's been in the car for quite a while, so probably going to hand this thing back over to either Warwick or another Sean on the team, Sean Wimpy.
Good to see some Aussie representation in this field indeed. At least 2 teams with Australians on them there. So that's my parochial statement out of the way for now. That Australia Wide Racing BMW has been running nice and consistently throughout the majority of this race, and could be on for a top 4, if not a top 3 finish, depending on how the final 6 hours go. Looking like an LMP2 battle is starting to emerge here once again, Kenny. Something's gone on here with the number 50 LMP1, the last running LMP1 here in 5th overall. Remember that they suffered from a mechanical black flag before when putting it into the wall in the Porsche curves. Arturo Bonaventi is going to have to bring that car back in. And, oh man, that's just another blow there to ProDrive Esport. I guess a small comfort is the fact that they don't have any other cars behind them threatening for position in class. We're going to see what happened here on the replay. And once again, it was at the most fearsome part of this Circuit de la Sarthe, coming up on some traffic, and looked like that was the Team Radline car they were attempting to make their way past, and oh wow, that was a bizarre incident. Didn't quite expect that, Kenny.
Yeah, it was almost it almost looked like a little bit of netcode, but they would have definitely made contact anyway. But yeah, it looks like Arturo there, it looked like he wanted to get to the left side of the Porsche, because we've seen so often how the LMP1 cars will fly around the outside there on the exit of the Porsche curves to make that pass happen around the slower vehicles. And it looks like he just came too close for comfort. And maybe you can attest to this, Reese, is in that slower area of the course, is the closing rate sometimes an issue between the LMP1s and the GTEs, and maybe that was just a misjudgment in approaching that car.
Yeah, I'd probably say so. Like the GTEs obviously have to take a slightly wider line into that corner, and I suppose Arturo was expecting a little bit more of a move to the right from the Porsche. Very fortunate that he didn't end up taking out the GTE in the process. That is the car that is running second in class at the moment. But in a corner like that, the fastest corners on the track where the speed advantage of the LMP1s is at its greatest, it's very, very common to see incidents like that. I was going to say, just before that incident happened, Kenny, we've got an LMP2 battle on the cards here. Remember how we talked about Zoltan Vona in the Quality Control Racing number 65 car, just getting back into that car after some connection issues and potentially looking for a top 6 finish? Well, now they are within a second of the Nemesis Racing number 14. The gap has increased ever so slightly, and they do have another car to contend with there in the form of Tatsuya Koguchi down in 20th place, but a little bit of extra slipstream now for Zoltan. He could potentially get back into 6th place in class.
Yeah, and that 65 car has been pretty darn quick. Obviously had that issue earlier, but and these drivers too are only 1 lap apart in their stint. Looks like the Nemesis car will be pitting 1 lap sooner than the quality car. So these drivers are pretty much on a very similar, as you see there, the lap car kind of getting in the way, and nice move there by Zoltan there, kind of splitting the two, and we'll get that that position, at least for the moment. We'll see how hard Dimitri, wow, that lap car kind of moving right there on the straightaway, but we'll see how hard Dimitri decides to fight back here, and still having problems with that car not on the same lap. In Austin, when you're trying to have your own battle here, there's nothing more frustrating than dealing with lap traffic.
Yeah, and I mean, like I talked about earlier on the top of the show here, it seems like every time you cannot stand to have any more possible traffic getting in your way, they always seem to pop up, and it's always at the worst time possible, just because you know, you're trying to navigate through traffic, you're trying to battle other cars in your own class here, and then you got these slower cars that you have to get by. They are, of course, kind of you know, obligated to get out of your way, or make it at least a little bit easier for you to get past. But you can see right here, this is a deficit now about 3 to 5 seconds, just because the second car in line has kind of had to slow up and allow this GTE car to stay ahead of them.
That's Antti Tuominen there in the 49 Motorsports maroon car, running down in 34th overall. They make their way past him reasonably on the way up to the Porsche curves, but that has afforded a big advantage now to Zoltan Vona, and that's going to be very good news for the Quality Control Racing team, Kenny.
Yeah, it is for sure, and a decent recovery, at least for now, for that team as they try to chase down a top 5 finish. And I want to bring up a little bit of a point, and this might end up being moot when we get down to the end of this thing, but I've been keeping an eye on the distance between the BRT leading car in LMP2 and the SRB Esports car in second. Which is obviously a large margin. It's almost a lap, but every single time we get to this point in the run when they're on the same lap, it just seems like the SRB car is just gradually bringing that interval down. I saw it was like 3 minutes and 20 some seconds, then it was 3 minutes 15 seconds, now it's down to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So with this much time left in the race, and if there's ever any opportunity for the SRB car to regain its track position through a caution that could happen at any time, this SRB team definitely has the pace to contend for victory.
That they do. Kevin Huymans sitting a 3:27.9 in that car on the previous lap, and looking at the times of the cars around him, that was a full second faster than the BRT leading machine. They come across the line and respond nicely with a 3:28.1 though, so pace still pretty even between those two in the LMP2 class. All the same, very good point you make there, Kenny. The fact that there could be some good time made up for SRB Esports, and a caution in the last 6 hours would certainly bring them back into contention. It would be great to see an out-and-out battle for the lead in LMP2 as we're seeing in LMP1. Meanwhile, in GTE, well, things seem to be staying relatively stable again, Austin, with the second place car, Team Radline, on the same lap all the way down to 5th place. Nordic Racing Gold currently on the same lap as them. It looks like a new lap set there, 3-minute 47.154 for the Team Radline car. Seems like McHutchison is very comfortable there in that car. That's the best lap for that car so far.
Yeah, Reese, he's really been putting the hammer down, doing a fantastic job minding his P's and Q's, doing a good job since he got in the car, and he's been in the car for quite some time now. I've been looking at the delta that you've talked about from that first place car to the rest of the ones on this lap. Every now and again, he'll kind of cycle between being 2 laps behind the leader and only 1 lap behind the leader, so it might just be how the pit stops are shaking out for the most part, but every now and again, this car is on its own lap, so just kind of have to watch for maybe being the first half of the stint versus the second half of the stint.
Well, we will be expecting Team Radline into the pits potentially at the end of this lap. They're on the 13th lap now of this stint. And we can expect some more pitters very shortly. I think from the Australia-wide racing blue car, Sean Anton McLaughlin is coming up to the end of a lap now, and I'm going to check in on him to see if he decides to go for the pits, and he does indeed. Don't forget that they are battling with the Nordic Racing Gold car, which stays out of the pit lane, and they're offset by about half a stint, the Nordic Racing guys. They're currently halfway through their stint as Australia-wide is approaching the end of it.
Yep, Australia-wide, you can see, I believe that's their BMW down on the pit road right now. Looks like they have a lot more front-end damage on that car than they had for the last stint. And I don't know if they have a hood on that machine right now.
I think they do. It's the darkness that descends over pit road that kind of obscures it, but I do still see there is a bonnet on that machine.
Yeah, they do still have a hood on that car, and I mean, it had been a while since they were last on pit road. We are going to see them, just now pulling back out of the pits. Sean Anton McLaughlin's still in this car here. He's been in this car for a while, so definitely, hopefully for his sake, the next time by they go down pit road, he does get a driver swap.
Yeah, he's been in that car for quite some time, has Sean. This will be his 3rd stint in the car on this particular run. Looking at the history of driving for that team, it looks like McLaughlin was the one who started that car as well. And I get the feeling that maybe Glenn Watkins might be due for another stint in the car very shortly. Last time Watkins was in the car was all the way back on lap 81, and that would have been a little bit before the sun set. Oh dear. Oh, take it easy, guys. That is the LMP2 leader who was struggling to find a way past. That's a very difficult section of the track, Austin, to try and make a move in a P2 car. If you can talk about it from a GTE perspective, I suppose, you're just following your line, and it's just a case of poor timing.
You really are. I mean, you have to follow your line, but obviously you do kind of have to watch out for the crazies, as we'll call them, because sometimes they come up right behind you, and they do take an inopportune move down to the inside of you. And personally, from an endurance standpoint, I would much rather keep my car in one piece, and if that means I have to crack the throttle or go a little bit off track to allow myself from not being wrecked, that's one thing. Maybe you keep on the radio or flash your lights, and then there's also, I can see it from the other way around. Is, this is my corner. If they're going to make this mistake, hopefully they're the ones that pay for it instead of me. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the GTE on the outside, bouncing off the Armco barrier like we saw happen to the Nordic Gold racing machine. So it's definitely not the best scenario to be in, but one you're kind of forced to be in. It's the GTE car.
Well, nonetheless, things turn out clean between them, and the number 48 will continue on its solid march towards the potential win in the LMP2 class. The LMP1 lead, meanwhile, has extended a little, I can see. It seems that Lehang has lost some time to Gomez up at the front. The gap now at about 23 seconds, and a little bit of traffic to deal with now for the Team Spirit Racing Porsche. Nice clean exit from Arnage, makes his way past the Ferrari without much fuss down the straight, but I do see a Ferrari up ahead, which he might come up on in the Porsche curves. There's also going to be another prototype there, and it looks like the Panya Motorsport entry. Going to go around the outside of the Ferrari, but what does Lehang do here? Oh, he's going to have to just back off a little bit here. Go around the outside here in Karting Corner. Gets it done nicely, but unfortunately that does not work out too well for decreasing the gap to Not In Vain Racing, who themselves, I think, had a bit of traffic to deal with. Our GTE leader, they were negotiating in the final corners. Kenny.
Yeah, I'd like to switch back to the LMP2 battle at the moment. This time by, I expect to see the SRN Motorsports third place number 2 car to make their pit stop. You see they have exited the Porsche curves coming down towards the final chicane. We'll see if he comes in. Yes, sir. He will come in for a regular pit stop up ahead. Also, next time by, I expect the SRB Esports vehicle to come by and make their pit stop. They are just now entering the Mulsanne straight. They're in second place at the moment, and we'll see if there's a driver change here for Daniel Gralti. He's been in the car for, I'd say, 2 to 3 stints, so been in there a decent amount of time. And he is parked in his pit stall. Looks like, yes, we will have a driver change, and it'll be Ryan Huff hopping into that car.
Sorry, Austin, I believe you might have had something to say before I threw to Kenny.
Oh yeah, I was just keying up to basically say what Kenny said. Same kind of dealio.
No worries at all. So that is the pit stop just about completed for SRN Motorsports. 30 seconds past. That's the driver change all done and dusted. But there's a battle going on here in LMP2 between Adamo Virtual Motorsport and Digital Spirit DS Racing. Don't forget that Digital Spirit, I think, might have been the team that made contact with the Nordic Racing Ferrari at Tetra Rouge earlier. If I am mistaken, I do apologize, but very close between these two. They are separated by a lap in terms of pit strategy. Adamo Virtual here with Paul Taylor at the wheel should be coming in at the end of this lap, but we can expect Ricardo Santos behind him to continue for an extra lap, Kenny.
That is exactly right, and if you're Ricardo here, hopefully you kind of know that that driver's going to be pitting, and you can just kind of sit back and then fly for your next and final lap on this stint that we have going on here. And again, with this LMP2 crowd, it's just it's really spread out as far as who pits when. We will see in the next probably couple laps, we will end up seeing Eclipse Racing Team Blue come in at the same time as Team Race Getter and the Sim Stickers Racing Team as well. But other than that, it's generally just 1 to 2 to maybe 3 cars at a time pitting here.
Looked like a problem there, Austin, for Stefan Kroll in the Crips Racing Porsche. Looked like he just lost it at the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, again, we talk about this time and time again. These cars are extremely hard to come to grips with, and obviously you see him with that damage on the rear wing. Odds are he's probably got some damage on the rear diffuser on that car as well. So not working with all the downforce he's used to receiving from this car. So it's really just par for the course that you're going to have these mistakes, especially into the later hours of this race.
Well, reasonably stable, keeping it off the curbs at Mulsanne Corner, but you can see he's trying to test things out there in that car just to see if the steering is okay. I'm going to check on board. It actually looks like, yeah, there might be a tiny little bit of right hand down for that Porsche, but it doesn't seem like anything too bad in that machine. Really, it's just cosmetic damage, I think, for the most part. Maybe a little bit of instability as they're going through the corners thanks to the wonky rear wing. Looks like, meanwhile, the SAS green car has come in for another pit stop. Mikael Andreasen in the car there in the number 42. I'll just check to see if that's been a driver change, and indeed it has. Jacob Harrington was at the wheel of that machine and is handed back to Mikkel after a few stints in the car, Austin.
Yeah, Jacob did a really good, solid job in this car for the last, looks like, 15, 25 laps or so. So he did a really good job. Obviously, his stint is up now. He obviously brought that car back into one piece, pretty much the same shape it was given to him in. And unfortunately for these guys, they just haven't really had the speed to go up there and start to challenge Team Radline and the Brightest Sports Porsches. But, still really doing a phenomenal job to kind of keep this car in one piece. And this is what endurance drives are made of. You just try and make sure the car is still in one piece at the end of the day, and that's the only way you can guarantee yourself the opportunity to go ahead and win this race at the end. I mean, we've still got 6 hours and 10 minutes left.
Yeah, and that is a typical World Endurance Championship race length right there, and we know how much can happen in 6 hours. Bringing it back to Australia, 6 hours to 7 hours is usually how long the Bathurst 1000 takes as well, and we know how much that race giveth and taketh away. So there's still a lot to consider on the way into the final quarter of the Majors 24. Still a good lead for Mark Gomez in the Not In Vain Racing orange car, and he is currently 7.9 laps into his stint, so we can expect them in within the next 8, 9, 10, 11, that's 4 laps for those cars. But we'll expect once again the Team Spirit Racing car in second overall in a little bit earlier. So we've still got our last 5 remaining LMP1s still running in the top 5 there. We've still got Drury in the lead in the BRT machine, but it's looking to me like they're going to be pitting in a lap's time here, Kenny. So we'll see now how the rest of this pit cycle works out for the LMP2s. There's plenty of varied strategies now in that class, but I'm seeing clusters of them sort of concentrated around 8, 9 laps completed so far, as that's the asymmetric P1 pitting.
Yeah, and one car in particular was the SRB Esports, who just came in for a pit stop, and Kevin Huyman's still at the helm of that one, but looks like possibly a black flag for that LMP1 that has come in.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Looks like a black flag, and it was not issued by race control, so I presume it's speeding on pit entry penalty potentially for them. So Yaz Samai at the end of that stint, very unfortunate to have another 40-something seconds potentially added onto that pit stop. Does seem to me like they're not in any danger of losing anything. They're all on their lonesome with 3 laps to the next car ahead, and another, God, how much is that? Like 16 laps or something to that effect to the car behind. So things have calmed down somewhat for the battle for third in P1. It's still very much on for that overall race lead. We check out the number 65 now. Zoltan Vona getting 6th place back from the Nemesis Racing crew, but there's an awful lot of work for that car to do. They've still got a lap ahead to SRN Motorsports, so a top 5 is out of their reach for the time being.
Yeah, and I expect them also to be pitting in the next couple laps or so. And SRN, that car has freshly been off of pit road, so that'll put them even further beyond. However, I think the spot that they're in at the moment is definitely attainable. They're pretty much on the same strategy, give or take a lap or two with those cars that are around them. So if we do get a caution, that is the timing of that is really going to determine how many more spots the 65 car could potentially gather, but also the class leading BRT car is going to be pitting this time by. He's about halfway down with that lap, and is that a prototype car off the pace and a prototype car off the track there?
Yeah, 727 LMP2 car kind of getting nosing himself into the fence. I believe that was a P1 there, Reese.
Yeah, that was the car running second overall. That was Team Spirit Racing, Jerome Lehang, going off at Arnage. Not good at all for our second place runner overall. The gap to the lead is now 35 seconds. We'll see the mistake for the 727, just looking like the traction control kicking in and spinning him around. And then Lehang is going to come in momentarily. Not too sure what the go is going to be. 3-point turn for the 727. Looks like Lehang just went straight on and had to get on the brakes to avoid getting into the tire barrier.
You know what I wonder, guys? I wonder if he had iRacing spotter saying, oh, you got a crash car up ahead. So I wonder if he was thinking, okay, I'm going to put in a wide arc in here because I can't see what's around the corner, and maybe misjudged his entry and just kind of blew it. That's the only guess that I can come up with on that one.
I think you're pretty close to hitting the nail on the head there, Kenny. One thing we haven't talked about, too, is the variability you have in the LMP2 cars. You can really change how the car decides to put down its traction control, how it limits that, and then also, how much it tries to limit it when it does limit, so how often it limits it, and then how hard that limit hits.
Yeah, the LMP1s have in fact, all the cars have a couple of axes that you can change the traction control of. There is the slip, and then there is the side-to-side movement of the car. They're controlled independently by the traction control system. So, it's yet another thing that you can tweak on these endurance racing cars. But like you say, Austin, if you get them wrong, then it's all she wrote.
Well, yeah, especially because, if you, Kenny, and I are all in the same car, maybe I like my slip and gain to be 5 and 7, but Kenny likes it to be 6 and 6. You get in the car, you want it to be 8 and 5. It just, each driver gets into the car. It's up to that driver to either put it back to the agreed upon baseline, maybe a safe set for the car, or it's up to each and every driver to just automatically adjust it to what he or she is used to.
The BRT, the LMP race or LMP2 class leader is now in the pits. Wayne Drury still at the moment in that car, and it looks like he's going to stay in that vehicle and leave the pits. Will still maintain the lead, and Element SimRacing is up into second place in LMP2, but will be pitting this time by, as right now they're going down the Mulsanne straight. And they will give up that position. But again, another pit cycle done and dusted for the LMP2 leader.
And comes out in the lead as expected. It's been a pretty dominant run for BRT since the caution that unfortunately put SRN Motorsports down the order somewhat. Eclipse Racing Team Blue completes their stop and lets SRN by into 4th place in the LMP2 class. Oh dear, that's a big problem there. It looks like the Sim Stickers. No, that's Yaz Samai in the Asymmetric P1, 4th overall. I saw an Audi had a bit of a heart attack and thought it might have been the overall leader, but it is 4th place at the moment. It looked like a big incident at the Daytona chicane for them, but looking from a distance, doesn't seem like the car has gotten too much damage on it, maybe some minor aero damage. So back to LMP2 for just a few moments. Sim Stickers Racing completing their stop. They exit in 10th in class. Alpine Eagle Racing, Thomas Haupt bringing the 127 in for a pit stop, and it looks like, the pit cycle is definitely on here in the P2s, Kenny, as Tatsuya Koguchi brings the number 45 in as well.
Yeah, there's actually a few other drivers coming in. Another GTE car, Daniele Tulli is in. That was, at least at the time, 7th in class. A few other cars are in. Actually have a P1 car in there. It's the GOD Panya Motorsport car in the pits too. And then the second place overall car is also in the pits with the Team Spirit Racing. So a few different classes all pitting at the same time. Grant, the GT car very off sequence, but the others kind of all at the same time here.
Well, that works out well for them. They get their pit stop done. Team Spirit Racing in there too. They've gotten their pit stop done, and Adrien Francois is going to take over the number 41 after the very late mistake for Lahang. So, final recap before we hand things off to the next broadcast crew. First place, Not In Vain Racing Orange. They lead by 1 minute and 42 seconds now from Team Spirit Racing. Going to be coming in for their stop at the end of this lap. Panya Motorsport in third, Asymmetric P1 in fourth, 6 laps down. And then Arturo Bonaventi, 22 laps down in the number 50 Pro Drive Esport team, LMP1. Kenny, what about LMP2?
BRT is leading LMP2 pretty handily right now, and it would be Element Sim Racing in second place, but they are now actually making their pit stop as we speak, so they will lose that spot to SRB Esports, and they will run in second in the majority of their stint. So third at the moment will be Element Sim Racing. Fourth is Eclipse Racing Team Blue in the 1-2-4 car, and then SRN Motorsports behind them. And then keep an eye on the Quality Control Racing number 65, as they've been kind of bouncing around in 6th place at the moment, trying to fight for that top 5. Austin, how about the GTEs?
Well, Kenny, in GT, it's the same old song and dance for the leader. Still the bright esports blue Porsche, the 487 car, has been in command of the race ever since we started broadcasting this deal. In second place, though, is still the Team Radline car. Third place, rounding out the podium, is the Nordic Racing Gold car. They've done a fantastic job to kind of bounce back from that contact being made with the LMP2 car going into Tete Rouge there before the long back straightaway. And fourth place, currently, it's the Australia-wide Racing Blue BMW. Rounding out the top 5 is the SAS Green Ferrari.
Well, we all want to thank you very much for joining us for our coverage of the 4th split of the Majors 24. We're going to be handing it back to DJ Clark, Craig King and Adam Young to start the final sequence of coverage for Split 1 coming up in just a few moments' time. Thanks very much for joining us, everybody. I'm Reese Gardner. It was Austin Belkey and Kenny Kivy alongside me in the comms box with Zach Johnson directing. Thanks very much to the team, and we will see you when we see you next.